Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp 180 here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex '09 on YouTube. I'm still fiddling around with that intro, by the way. And welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. I'm streaming a little bit earlier than usual today. Um, I'm playing around with the schedule. Also, I kind of need something to get my mind off of stomach bug I'm having, so streaming's gonna do it for me. Last time on Elden Ring Reforged, we came back here to this precise location, dealt with the undulating tree spirit, which is probably the last time we're gonna see that boss in that location. We Before that, we went and purchased all of Bernal's battle arts. There is a point in the game where we will no longer be able to purchase from Bernal. Bernal stays here a very long time. You probably have until you get to Altus Plateau before you really need to think about wrapping up any purchases on his battle arts. And they're the basic ones, but having copies of basics is pretty good. Then we proceeded to go through Stormvale Castle. We met up with Sorcerer Roger. We pretty much completed any interactions with Godrick. We did quite a few things. And I thought that was we were making some serious headway. Well, as of, I think it's 2 days ago, as of the 18th, so 3 days ago, patch 4.49 dropped. And I'm sorry, and it happened like after the stream, I think. Yeah, it had to have happened after the stream. So, among other things, I won't detail all of the patch changes. For that, I will simply put a link to the paste bin of the Nexus Mods page. So if we go to Elden Ring Reforged, go to Files, and with every file description, a paste bin is pretty much attached, so you know what you're getting. So that is going to be over here. Also, I put in a new doc on Twitch while I'm thinking about it. Not on Twitch. I put it on my OBS so I could see whispers. So if you guys whisper me for any reason, I can see that now. Anyway, so among the more important things, and it explains why we're back here, is a new boss. The exact line is, a new boss has been added to replace the ulcerated tree spirit in the French folk hero's grave. The Crucible Phantom boss is a Crucible Knight with a unique gimmick, makes it impossible to damage regularly. Instead, players must avoid its attacks, as it loses health over time. And it's meant to serve as a tutorial. It has 4 attacks that are designed to be dodged either by jumping, rolling, ducking, or moving out of the way. And we can resurrect this boss at the Round Table Hold, should we need to polish up our dodging skills, which I'm fairly good at moving out of the way, I'm fairly good at rolling, I'm okay at jumping, and I'm bad at ducking. So this boss will make me learn some things today. Among the other things that affect us, actually, this is really about the only change that affects us right now. The other big one is the Fortune of the Spell Sword being added. We can just divine this properly on our own. We don't need to guess anymore. Let's go over it. Increases mind, dexterity, and intelligence. Increases the power of Glint Blade and carrion sorceries. So it's the inverse of Sorcerer, which increases pure Glintstone. This does the opposite. Casting spells boosts the power of melee attacks and reduces skill costs. Landing melee attacks boosts the power of spells and reduces spell costs. Decreases arcane. Bad for us. Decreases the attack power of unboosted melee and spell attacks. decreases non-flask health regeneration. So if we were trying to put on a princess ring or something, we'd have a bad time with this. Well, let's go take a look at that new boss, shall we? And probably make sure that music is on in the meantime. Oh, you know what? I have to wait. Music was probably quieter for you guys today compared to normal. Or at least the first 10 minutes. Strictly because I didn't boost the music volume. I've been boosting the sound effect volume. Embarrassing. I'm a veteran. I should know where these controls are. Yeah, I've been boosting sound effects, which is bad. That won't happen again. I've been sufficiently embarrassed on camera. Where do I even begin? So this is hopefully meant to just kind of be a quick jaunt to the boss. Now that we don't have anything we're really trying to, like, go after here, there's no reason for us to fight anything in here at all. So now you guys are going to get to see what a Gauntlet Run looks like. And it's probably best if we don't, try to take that nice little shortcut, as we do have to deal with the, Jade Imp statues, and those aren't fun. Well, I would give a boss preview, but we've already done that. Let's just get in there and see what we're dealing with. Oh wow, you can't even use your spells. Oh! That's... wow. That's interesting. So, I thought that was a weird status. No, it straight up makes it so that you die in a single hit. We probably won't be able to defeat this boss on camera. I'm bad. Oh, and it loses health whenever you dodge the correct attack. Oh, that's so cool. This is really cool. Okay, that one you have to dodge. Oh, maybe it's not tied to my dodging. Maybe it's every time it makes an attack. It could be either. It's kind of hard to say, but I think it's whenever it makes an attack. So when he moves forward like that to do the overhead, you have to dodge. And I've been dodging backward. You should probably dodge to the side. That's really the only thing I'm noticing so far. Oh, and then the stomp. Yeah, this is the one that's really gonna take... I mean, I'm 30, so it really shouldn't take me a long time, but jumping's one of those in-game actions I'm really not used to. I'm more of a Souls veteran, rather than a veteran of this game, and in the amount of playtime I've had with Elden Ring, you still hardly ever need to jump. It's very scripted. Dodged too early. Yeah, it's based on the... Like, even though I didn't dodge, he did in fact still lose health. Yeah, that it's based on the number of attacks you dodge. I won't spend all day on this. And I'll manage the prediction after this next attempt. Alright, what do you have now? Oh, does that thing go through dodge frames? Alright. let's see. Let's manage our prediction. Choose outcome. I need to scroll this down. I feel like this one needs like a straight up half an hour. I have to be careful with the types of questions I ask on these. I'm feeling confident in my ability to conquer this. I'm not feeling confident in my ability to do this and that at the same time. So let's say yes and no. And go from there. That's also the first prediction we've had that has had multiple answers, not just two of them. I don't know. I feel like the Twitch predictions are best done in a binary sort of way. Like it's this or it's that. Not, well, here are all these options. Nice. That you can move out of the way on. That has insane tracking. Yeah, you have to duck that. It's specifically looking for duck. Good to know. Thankfully, all the animations have predictable. They're not super fast. Really, what gets you is the tracking. You have to do it exactly right. Wrong. I assume that was a stop. It was in fact a jump. Yeah, the one where I have to look for the spinning blade, and that'll cue me in on the one I can just run from. This'll take some solid attempts to get right, folks. Phone, I need you not to do this right now. Ugh. I was already thinking about the phone rather than anything else. Okay, let's put that on vibrate so I'm not distracted again. That was a good showing. I won't spend too long on this, maybe another couple of attempts, and then, the prediction will be wrong, but that's fine. The predictions are meant to, get people thinking about where the show's gonna go today. What? Really? Come on, I jumped that. Nonsense. While I'm thinking about it, I did go ahead and get the 7TV emote compatibility up and running, so I've selected 46 out of 250 something emotes for use. I'm mostly focused on some of the more popular Pepe line emotes, because my former viewers were definitely into Pepe a lot, but with some choice ones for me. And that'll be where, if I ever get the capacity for making animated emotes, or, I find someone willing to do that, because that's a whole different line of skills than just making beautiful art pieces, then, they'll probably go to 7TV. And I'll just leave the BTTV and Franker Faces stuff mostly alone. Seems like 7TV is poised to take over both at some point. Wrong. He won't raise his weapon. He won't raise his weapon when he's trying to do the stomp. It'll just... I'm literally looking for Radagon's pose during that. Oh, he's gonna do it faster? Yeah, he's gonna do it faster. There's less time between attacks. Wrong, I panicked. Almost. Alright, that's a nice trick. That's a really nice trick. Phase 2. Wow. Oh, that was tense. I like that. That was cool. It's not the amount of souls you get, runes. The amount of runes you get for that is not particularly good, but that's not really the point of that boss. The point of that boss is, hey, I don't understand my Elden Ring fundamentals. You know, I need some help. I need to refresh that. Especially for Melania. Melania is that quintessential boss. You really need to have your fundamentals down straight for. So I like that boss, and I don't mind getting rid of an undulating tree spirit to do that. That's fine. Undulating tree spirit appears far too many times in Elden Ring. Far too many times. And it appears, I want to say at least as many times as a real boss as it does a field enemy, both of which are bad. Uh, Undulating Tree Spirit is, I kind of liken the Tree Spirit to Slave Knight Gale, where, from DS3, where it's very rhythmic, it's very predictable. The only difference is that, with Slave Knight Gale, you didn't have obnoxious hitboxes to deal with. Whereas Undulating Tree Spirit, you totally have obnoxious hitboxes and way too tiny arenas to fight them in. That's really the big difference, is that. What? Okay, bad spell. Thank you. Goodness. These things never get easier to fight, you know? And they could get you around the shield, too. That spinning attack is not terribly fun on the Warhawks. And again, what makes this probably worse is just the fact that, oh, is it just me, or... Oh, that's right. That's completely right. I totally forgot about that. There are things on the sides. Look, see? There's an item right there. And I kind of don't know how to get to it. I guess there's really only one thing we can do. Let's, jump down, I guess. See if we can get a better path to it. Yeah, we totally can. And that's the sort of thing I talk about in Elden Ring when, you know, I'm saying, you know, make sure you look at your platform. Like, make sure you really pay attention to your environment. It's easy to tell you can drop here, right? Because there's a platform protruding out. You're like, I'm not sure I can make that fall, but the only way to know is for you to try. This, however, this little ramp, like, walkway here, you could miss that and be like, oh man, I missed, you know, I thought there was something here, but there really wasn't. But without finer investigation, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know what to do. So let's make this drop now, shall we? Nothing here. Coin doesn't even remember what's over here. That I've never dropped down this platform except maybe one time out of it paid off. That's not really a good item. It's something that has blood loss if you want to use shields, and you need a shield that will, you know, inflict bleed on top of everything else. You could totally use that shield. Just don't use it to protect yourself. You really want something with a better guard boost statistic, and 100% physical damage mitigation is preferred to other forms of mitigation on the shield. The only exceptions are like ones that have really high fire or lightning mitigation. Those are okay. I know there are great shields that typically have like 90 or 95% physical damage reduction and like 80% and that one in either fire or lightning. I know there were ones like that in Dark Souls 3. And those were perfectly usable great shields. Those are fine, but generally you want your shield to have 100% physical damage negation. It's just a good thing to do. Let me just check and make sure I didn't miss anything important. Nope, not at all. Okay. Sorry, sometimes Discord has important messages. I can't just ignore them. Let's get back to it, shall we? So down here is not actually a... Oh, wait, yeah, it is. I could drop down this way. We're gonna find out. This is gonna be a journey, folks. We're gonna find out if we can make these sorts of jumps and drops together. And it looked like we could have made that drop, but instead we just ended up crumbling through the rock. There are a few platforms in the game as well that do that. That isn't the only one of that kind. So just, you know, this is meant to be like, oh, it's a bit of environment building and not anything else. Is that a Crucible Knight? Oh my god, that's a Crucible Knight. I forgot about this. No. Yeah, it's a Crucible. Yeah. Or it's a Erdtree Sentinel. I don't know which one it is yet. We can totally cheese that guy. This one has the sword. How far are you gonna come? Wrong button. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work if you know, all these Crucible Knights gain wings. They transform into like half dragon creatures. It's really yeah, I'm worried about what he's gonna do now. Alright, we should be good then. Oh, and don't forget the stomp, I guess. Let's do this then. Let's dance with the devil. And I don't care if you block it or don't, Crucible Knight. In fact, do block it. It means you stay there. I only need you for the FP boost. Nothing else. Don't even think about it. And our reward is Aspect of the Crucible Horns. That is an easily messable incantation, so, you know, if you never bother to come down here and you're like, oh, well, don't I have them all? No. You gotta come and grab this one. Cheesable, though. I do like that fact. I don't like fighting Crucible Knights on cliff sides. It's really easy to just fall off. There's a place later in the game that's quintessential for the quest lines we'll be doing, and we fight Crucible Knights there on cliff sides, and it's not fun. We fight them on narrow bridges to make it worse. Yeah, it's just bad. It's just bad all the way around. No fun is to be had when we go over to that place. It is sufficiently late enough in the game that I'm not going to spoil it yet. We're not there where we need to be worrying about it. But when we say maybe get past Liurnia, that's when I'll probably mention it. Because, oh boy, is there a lot of stuff to do in Liurnia. Liurnia is crock, jam, full. It's packed full of content. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh, and I'm being rude. How are you guys doing today? Hopefully you're doing alright. Again, I apologize for streaming early, but I need something to get my mind off of the pain I'm feeling in my gut, and you know, just playing regular old video games ain't gonna cut it. I need to be distracted, whether it's by a mandatory task such as talking on camera, or you know, just generally being on camera where I have to kind of think about it. On Earth? Oh, and this lift. So for those who are maybe, let's see, I wonder if these wooden platforms have something on them. We're most certainly gonna try. This is the part I don't know about. No, it doesn't look like it. So, do you guys remember the Rampart Tower? Yeah, we never left. We never left the Rampart Tower. Ever. At all. Fantastic. And we'll be probably looping back to that Rampart Tower, or going to an opposing Rampart Tower, one more time before all this is over. Oh yeah, we took care of a lot of stuff. I suppose I forgot to mention this in the recap, but we did also, you know, sort out Roderica. We completed her initial quest line. It's not done yet, but it is in a more complete state compared to last time. We totally took care of this. There's one in the courtyard we need to do. I don't think we did much else beyond that. Honestly, it was just a bit of running around to get Roderica to give us her headpiece, which is a... Uh-oh. I could have swore she gave that to us. That's not good. Is it an item I'm forgetting about? Nope. Guess we're gonna figure it out together. It's not a relic. I know we talked to her last time, and I know she gave us an item for it. It should have been a headpiece. I'll have to review footage of that later. It's not a big deal if we don't get the headpiece. I think it, like, increases endurance or vitality. It's one of those two stats. It doesn't do much else beyond that. But, you know, still, we're trying to go for 100%. I'd really appreciate it if, you know, I didn't have my progress revoked in the meantime. But she definitely gave us something as a token of her appreciation. You're doing all that fancy jumping around, and I'm just here hitting you with sharp rock shards. What does that say about your strategy, huh? There's a reason why you're in your station. You don't have to stay there, but you should recognize your own weakness. Alright, so we're here in the daytime where this is worse. Make sure there's nothing... That was nothing important. Doesn't look like it. What we're gonna do now is attempt to run over this way and proceed to run into some issues by doing this. Come on, show me what you've got. Look, I will line your corpses here in front of these stairs, and you will know not to mess with me. No? Didn't think so. Alright. We don't have to kill these, by the way. But it's better if we do. 1, runes. 2, more than anything else, it does give us access to their items. They will drop smithing stones for us, which will make you know, building up some later items that much easier. And on top of that, we do have to come this way later. And coming here later, generally speaking, we're gonna have to kite something big through here. And we don't want to be kiting something big and also having these smaller guys to worry about. So it's just better if we take this game, specifically this mod, and maybe Convergence whenever it becomes open for testing. I suppose you could say in a way that, you know, I guess that's a mainline game for me. I definitely don't want to just be doing like Elden Ring stuff. I do want to do other things, but you know, most streamers out there have a mainline game. Even if they're variety, they still have something that they consider like their main specialty. I've never had one. The closest thing I've had to that is, you know, the hitless stuff in Dark Souls 3. I'm not sure what happened to the game there. That, all of them. I think there might be one other one, maybe another one at the top of this platform. Okay, that's one platform down, another one to go. And one more over here. You don't need to worry about your stamina while running, by the way. As long as you're outside combat, your stamina's just fine. Yeah, well, I'll have to figure out what I can do in order to, you know, do all these things but better. Do them but better for hitless, because I do plan on... It may not be all content, but it will probably be all bosses or all major bosses to start with. Something that's better than all remembrances. That's extremely streamlined. And I'll feel bad missing all that content. Alright, I guess I'll bite. Let's drink. Oh, let's not play around. Thank you. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that would cost me hits in a hitless run. Absolutely. And people are like, well, where's this coming from? You know, aren't you a variety streamer? I am. However, that wasn't always the case for me. And again, it's about having a mainline game. A goal, something to work on. A lot of people like streamers who have goals. Something they want to do, and it's not just, oh, I'm a TV station shilling out content. Like, yeah, these are LPs, but they're LPs with the intention of, you know, getting minted to YouTube. Speaking of which, I do have to duly edit some of the VODs so that they're not a complete embarrassment for us. In here, we get the Godslayer seal and the Godskin prayer book. We are not giving these to Corin. We have another NPC in mind for that. You can give them to Corin, and he will teach you the spells out of them. However, Corin is destined to move on from this world at some point. Because he's talked about the Golden Order and all kinds of other stuff, and he's blind. We all know the story about blind people in Dark Souls. They hardly ever stay there. They're either important characters, Shrine Maiden, Firelink Maiden, or they go on journeys. You know, Irina is a blind maiden who goes on a journey and doesn't get very far. There will be another one who goes much further later, and they're going to sound the same and look very similar. I promise. Yeah, most of the time, blind people have to do things that normal people can just kind of sit and take for granted. Specifically in Dark Souls. Which is not fun. But, hey, that's the trope that FromSoft is choosing to build, so I guess why not? Alright. So you might be like, well, okay, at first glance, it's like a way to get out front, right? What's the point of this? Well, it's not so much what's up over there, it's what's up here, off to the right. I think, if I recall, there is an item up this way. It's either an item or it's a way to quickly get from the front to the back. This might even be the back side of that passage. Let's see. I'll know after climbing this ladder what that's supposed to be. Oh, yeah. So, you remember how I said that this place has many myriad passages that connect back to one another? Yeah, if you wanted to go from up front all the way up down to the back, you could quickly get from the front to the back using this exact passage. Now, let's see. Is there... That way is just a pit leading to death. And this is not... That doesn't have a ladder on it. It would be pretty cool if it did, actually. Just, like, make a shortcut. That sounds awesome. And then you can go from front to back and quickly get to the courtyard. But I digress. It was also a useless shortcut by thinking through it. Because the Rampart Tower has a lot more things going for it than just, oh, it links to this courtyard. You know, it pretty much acts as a hub between the upper and lower levels of the Legacy Dungeon. If you want to get through Stormdale Castle, you have to use... Almost all things connect back to the Rampart Tower. So, this place. This statue in front of us can be broken. You'd think this guy would be able to do it, but he can't. We actually need a honest-to-goodness troll for this. So instead, we're just gonna take a dip to the left and see that we have this painting. Notice how the painting glows. There's a reason for that. We get the prophecy painting. And the way these paintings work, I believe we had another one already, but this is just a refresher. We can examine the painting by pressing X. Work of a wandering artist, reminiscence of a painting titled Prophecy. This painter is said to have the text is the same. So this is one of those reproduce the view at the right position, not necessarily, just get it's not a camera angle thing. It's find the right location and you'll get it. I'll look up where that prophecy painting is supposed to go. I totally do not remember offhand where that is supposed to be. Alright, come on. That right there is an omen killer. How can you tell? Look at the warts on the back of on the body. And its charred flesh. Yeah. Or it's blackened flesh. These things are very nasty. They hit like Mack trucks. Thank you, thank you. The Omen Killers are not friends with the dogs either. That's right, take it in. Take in the poison. These are a lot less scary once you realize you can deflect their shot, or deflect their swipes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, now that that's over with, we have a lovely little treat to go collect for ourselves. Not before getting this item up here, which is not very important. We don't even use it for PvE, but, you know, it's a fur calling finger remedy. Congratulations. Alright, down here, not very good. Don't worry about coming this way. You can make that drop, I'm fairly sure, but why would you? We haven't even got the associated rest site for that yet. Let's fix that. And does not open from this side. Right. So I think you have to drop down into that area, into that place. But I could be wrong. And I don't remember where this shaft takes us to exactly. Ah, it continues the path going this way. And if you hear that, you'll know that we have a teardrop scarab nearby. I think this drops either an Ash of War or it's a spell or an item. It's one of those three things. And here we have our very first instance of these jar enemies. These jar enemies they come in small and big varieties. You can see it over there beyond the crates. And they generally, well, I'll just show it off for yourselves. See that? They just shatter wide open. Small ones are not a big deal. Big ones, however, are a much bigger deal. They hit like Mack trucks. And have some, let's call it interesting attack patterns. And you have to use generator now. Fantastic. And they have surprising reach. These are the Mushroom Men 2.0. I think I saw a meme on this the other day, where it's like, it puts like a giant pot side by side, in a side by side, drawing to the Mushroom Men, and the resemblance is fairly uncanny. Now, what might these be? Cracked pots. What are cracked pots used for? Crackpots are used for crafting crackpot items. So these would be your fire pots, oil pots, so on and so forth. This is what you would use in order to... those would be what you want to use to make them. You have to use them to make them, actually. It's, they're good items to have. The crackpot items can be surprisingly useful. If you thought that these were just normal pots, they're not. And what do you get? There are two things that you can generally get from the pots. One are like the are they the glass shards? Hang on a moment. Nope. Where was it? I saw it earlier. They're living jar shards. That's what I'm thinking of. I have to find where those are. Those might actually be a normal item, now that I'm thinking about it. We'll find another one, or I'll kill them again and show it off. Either way. This lovely thing is down here. We're just going to... hopefully get them trapped in the corner, and then it's a piece of cake. And Stormcaller, that is a decent one. The wind walls generated by that weapon are useful. I think they do deflect shots. Mainly arrows. They're not going to deflect spells. Like, the wind wall style Ash of Wars focus on arrows or crossbow bolts, not spells. Not only specific kinds of wind walls get that sort of behavior on them. Normally, there are like actual spell absorbers that do this. If you're wanting that behavior strictly for spell projectiles, you have two of them. Both of them are in later areas of the game. The one I could spoil now is Thop's Barrier. Thop's Barrier is in Liurnia. There's a whole quest line on it. Nice. And Thop's Barrier deflects your own spells and deflects other spells. The other one is more like an actual spell magnet, and it doesn't absorb your own spells. However, it's bad. And even in Elden Ring Reforged, it's still bad. I can't think of a single good thing to say about either of those two. But at least Thop's Barrier does have some adjustments in Elden Ring Reforged that make it a slightly better spell to cast. So if we want to know more, we can type in ERRW, go to the changelog that is now on the website. We could go to Spells and Catalysts, Sorceries, and yeah, I'm looking for THOP. Thop's Barrier, that doesn't have two P's. Thop's is just one P. Increased effect duration and size, and greatly increases cast speed for a short duration after casting. Yeah, so it's a better spell. Straight up. Better spell. The other spell only has like a duration increase, rather than, it increases casting speed afterwards. So it is just straight up a bad spell. I'll still show it off. I think it is a sorcery, but I will still show it off. It's bad. Use Thop's Barrier if you're going to use a spell deflection. Or, you can just dodge the projectile. Take your pick. Now here... yeah, exploring these upper parts. It is a good thing to do. I know what you're doing there, good sir. Don't think I don't know you exist. Like I said, these things will grab and stab you through the back with a sword. Don't let them do that. That's a great way to die. I'm fairly sure with the lack of physical damage negation, that will kill us. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, you thought your push was going to get us to stop blocking. It did not. Yeah, there's a couple more of them that are there. Not good. Now, you might be asking yourself, what are they guarding? Surely nothing worthwhile, right? They were guarding a tower shield, which is like the earliest instance I know of getting a great shield. Just as a part of your build. Great shields are... like, let's take a look at a medium shield first, so you know what the advantages are. Weighs 3.5 pounds. It has 80 physical attack. 77 plus D scaling from strength, resulting in 3 in our case. Physical damage negation. Guarded damage negation, 100. 50 points, 43 points, 32 points, 42 points. And a guard boost to 57. which, if we view the explanation for this, guard boost is the stability of the character's defense. This is called stability everywhere else in all other FromSoft titles. The higher this value is, the smaller the amount of stamina consumed when guarding attacks. I think the guard boost directly subtracts from the value that is taken from your stamina when you receive a guarded attack. Our manor tower shield, I suppose it's not really the first. It's like the first good one. Because the rest of these have like 90%, 91 points of physical damage negation. This is the first one with like 100. And as you can see, the guard boost and general guard stats are better in almost every way except for lightning, where it is slightly worse, but it's a metal shield, so it makes sense. Don't let the attack power fool you. I'm quite sure that 110 is much better than 77. Just baseline. It just requires too much strength for me to use, so right now it is definitely worse than just using the heater shield to actually attack with. The main draw is like a whole 9 points better. No. Yeah, 9 points of better guard boost. So this thing takes up will eat up far more of the stamina you're supposed to lose. More importantly, look at the weight. 3.5, 14 units. 14. Ridiculous. If you want to use great shields at any point, you're going to need to invest in endurance to make that work. It shall increase your equip load and stuff. Investing equip load is important if you're going to use these. We will eventually get our endurance up there, but it will probably be New Game Plus before we see any meaningful endurance boosts. For now, we're good with a medium shield, and really, if all you're going to do is sit there and try to deflect blows, it doesn't... You could be using a buckler, and it wouldn't make a lick of difference. It's the same. Now, what... I do not remember... Ah, yes, that's what that's what's this way. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Yay. So what do we have over here? A smithing stone 3. Good. Now what do we do? Well, the only thing we can do, follow this pathway, right? Nothing down there. That's good. If you try to fall in that direction, no matter how stable the rock looks, that's death. Generally, they'll use clouds to kind of try to denote what's going to be the death ceiling in this place, but... Oh. You see that over there? That is Liurnia. That's the western section of it. Take note of that. We're going to be going there. Let's try to keep our eyes carefully peeled for an item as we make these jumps. We're here now, so what are we... I'm surprised we had to jump that to get to it. You think you wouldn't have to, but I suppose it wasn't draped on the battlement correctly. And through here... Ah, yes. Do you see where we are now? So up here... That was where we came from. That was the hey there, Rasby. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome, Alex. Good to see ya. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. Streamed a little earlier compared to usual today. Need something to take my mind off of the, is it gastroenteritis? And yeah, I think that's what it is. It's your typical stomach bug. I need something to keep. The fact that you can type here just made your day. Holy crap. I'm completely sorry about that. I forgot that you can moderate chat access separately. So I realized, oh wait, he probably wanted to type there. Why wasn't he able to do that? And as it turns out, moderation does in fact have a tool for regulating who can chat where. I just completely missed the mark on that. My apologies. First things first, we're going to open up the way back to this rest site so that we can actually return here if we need it. Great. Now let's keep exploring. I did say that there would be an undulated tree spirit at the bottom of this, I think. I believe I said that. And it's nice to know that all these interlinking passages do in fact show that off. Yeah, Stormvale Castle is an interesting place. It really is. There are just so many... How's it going? Oh, I suppose it's the long-term question, right? It's going. I'm still in school. I'm still studying to be a cellular and molecular biologist. I returned to streaming maybe a couple of months ago. I'm still trying to get the hang of everything again. But other than that, the rest of my life, it's fine. Have a house tenant that can't really be by herself, so I do occasionally have to go back and check on her, but that's really about it. I do that typically during intermission just to make sure she has everything she needs. She has a bad knee, so she trips on things. She has to take her time going up steps and stuff, and the house does have a few steps. Thanks for asking. How are things going for you? Alex has told me quite a few things, but I'd rather hear it directly, just to see how much has changed from those answers, or whether or not those answers are consistent. Not calling Alex a liar. It's just always better to hear that sort of thing from the person themselves. You know, get it straight from the horse's mouth. Oh, and I totally forgot while we're waiting on that lovely little reply, and I didn't mean to do that either. Great. Fantastic. That's okay. That's an easy reset. A very easy reset. Typically, you're not supposed to fall down here until after you've gone that way. That entrance up there above us is a path back. Which I suppose means... Where's the third one? There was a third one. Or maybe there were only two. Pretty well, we'll start uni soon on an internship at a really nice local IT company. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I think Alex told me that, but maybe not the nope, that's the other one. Uni is new, but I think he said something similar to an IT company before. That's good. Do you like interning at the IT company? You say it's nice, and I believe that, but I mean, how nice is it? I suppose that's the real question: is how nice is it? What I wanted to more directly. Good lord, drinking with coffee in your mouth is not a good idea. Don't do that. So, these bats are better handled at a distance. Best time to handle them is with a ranged implement of some kind. We don't have that, so we're going to have to try to find some other method of dealing with them. And lightning strike doesn't work either because it's like several lightning strikes across the ground. Fantastic. So our options are a fireball, which will kill them. Good. We have our method. Or what I used to do was pull out a bow to deal with the bats in this section, and it's not a bad method at all. The second bat's going to be a little tricky. Both because of where it's at, and when you cast Flame Sling, the incantation, you get moved forward a little. People are really chill. You can joke around. Mentor has been really helpful whenever you need something. Also, whatever you need, you have access to. Specifically, people at interns at the internship have free lunch. That's awesome. Oh, when I was interning or externing at the VA, it was not that good. I'm a little bit envious. We didn't get free lunch, but then again, we did that for a grade, so I suppose that's the difference. Is the implied connections you got out of it, and not anything else. But I'm glad that that comes with some seriously sweet benefits. Alright, big hulking bat. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna get your space, attempt to cast a spell, and miss. And go about my business. Now, for those that are Batman, right? Right? Totally Batman. Before I forget, now that you two are here, I did want to mention that I've recently managed to get some 7 TV emotes in here. Like, they're not... You'd have to have the 7 TV extension in order to use them, but if you do have the extension, there should be there. And I've enabled, like, 46 of their 250 emotes out of the thousands, or at least 1,000, stored on 7 TV. I've mostly stuck to the Pepe stuff, because that's what people liked before I stopped streaming for a long time. With a few choice emotes here and there that aren't Pepe. Let's turn on this lantern. It's getting a bit dark. So, if you try to drop here, you die. Don't do that. Instead, we're going to come over here and find where the item is. And it looks like that item is over there. Let's make our way over to there. Alex has told me that Romania is still dealing with government corruption. And I assume that's no different of a story for you, Razby. The corruption is still there. I know. I'm asking 2 Romanians, and I totally expect to get the same answer, but always has been KEKW? Yes. Yeah, I thought I'd get that answer. But I'd rather get the... Gotta be careful with what I say. I'm good. I'm glad to know that my intuition is right. It sucks that my intuition is right on that. Seems like the whole world's going to hell. So many corrupt governments, or, maybe it's more like the Band-Aids have been plucked off various governments. I really feel like the pandemic has just caused everything to go sliding downhill. It was slow at first. It was really slow at first, and you were more aware of your own sphere than other spheres, but with everything that's publicly known now, with the Queen's death, with the Queen of England's death, what's going on in Ethiopia, what's going on in Ukraine, the U.S. government seeming to double back on itself every 4 years. Among all the other smaller things going on, it's like the world's just... I don't know, it's like a bad episode of Mad Max or something. Actually, I'm not that informed in terms of politics, just repeating the most common thing you hear. That's fine. Really, a common answer was... I wasn't asking for a common answer, but I expect a common answer. If you ask any Romanian, they would say it's corruption. Big thing. Yeah, makes sense. I would be interested to know if Romanian state TV or you know, common media outlets in Romania talk about that, or if it's more, if just like in places like Hungary or Turkey, that sort of thing is censored. You don't really hear about it on the news. It's just a thing people, the people underground or the people behind it talk about. Live 50 kilometers away from the border in from it, 50 kilometers away from the border that is nearest to Ukraine. I'm sorry you've had to experience that then. Goodness. Just that's rough. I would not like it if you know, say Mexico or Canada started taking to shelling the place where I live, or it's not as bad as you think. It is quite far away from the war zone. That's good. That's good. I am glad that just that you saw many refugees. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're kind of removed, somewhat removed from that. And the only thing you're seeing is the aftermath. Although you can probably Google photos of the Russia-Ukraine war, and you'll find your menacing images. Did you have to handle or deal with any of the refugees, or is the Romanian government getting involved, or is that just it's something that's happening? I don't think you have a neutral political channel, but we don't have censorship when it comes to the war? Gotcha. Good to know. Alright, well, come on over here, Mr. Rat. Down here in the alleyway, there are really only rats for the undulating tree spirit, or rather, the special operation, as Mr. Putin likes to call it. Yeah, I hear he's ramping up the military on that, and it might become a full-blown war. Looking up images of the special... You don't need more dread in your life, Keck W? I agree. I was just putting that out there for the general public. Like, you can always find that sort of thing on Twitter if you really want to stay up to date. I'm on Twitter all the time, so that's like a common feed I keep up with is the Russia-Ukraine war, because it could very well spill over into other countries depending on how Russia chooses to behave. Well, specifically, how Mr. Putin chooses to make his people behave, but that is a little distinction the world can't afford to care about right now. I think last you heard the news was that he wants to put an end on the war. That would be good. That would be good. Based on whatever was leaked or whatever was posted from his meeting with Xi Jinping, the president, the president of China. I hope I got that correct. Xi Jinping had very, very interesting words for Mr. Putin. So I'm hoping that will come to an end soon enough. A ceasefire would be really good right about now. Yeah, so here, Big Rat. Just like we dealt with at in the Siofra River, underground. These things are alright. They just have a ton of hyper armor. And they also inflict poison. There are big ones later that inflict madness, so we do have to be careful. Did you know that Winnie the Pooh is banned in China? I did not know it was banned in China. Why? This bears looking up. I'm curious. I want to know. Let's see. I'm a little skeptical of taking news from The Guardian. Oh, that's why it's banned. Okay. There was some sort of... At least if that's the truth. Again, taking your information from The Guardian is not a good idea, generally speaking, but I hear... From what I understood of the quick skim I did, Apparently, there was a photo that mocked a photo that President Xi was in, and that's what got his attention. In the meantime, you've done a lot of programming stuff. You made a Twitch Discord minigame, which I'm paid to update. Awesome. And some Twitch notification apps. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I knew you told me that you were interning at an IT, but you've been doing some freelance stuff in the meantime, too. Do you feel really confident in the life path you're forging for yourself? Do you generally... When you were here before, you were kind of dabbling in that stuff already, but you seem really enthusiastic about it now. Like working with IT information systems or app development. God, I sound so stuffy. I'm very satisfied with where you are right now. Job-wise and programming-wise, you are a Python web developer. That is awesome. I don't have anywhere near that level of success. And I'm glad to hear you're proud of that. I hope that one day I will be able to carry that same level of pride and contentment, but I'm not there yet. I have a lot more learning I have to do, and I have undergrad research I have to do, and I have to find some place of employment before I can feel really content about it. You've had a big boost at the start of the internship, gave you a solo project that generally takes a month, and you finished it in 4 days. With best practices and stuff, awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You've really made a name for yourself in just that short amount of time. I think any person would be envious to hear that. I mean, they should, because envy is generally a bad emotion to have carrying around with you, but it can't be helped. Oh lord. Okay, quickly. I think this carries a spell, if I'm not mistaken. Rancor Call. Rancor Call is a sorcery that inflicts frostbite. It is part of the death school of sorceries. Let's take a look at our new find, shall we? You undervalued your skills for a long time. Only now did you get some validation of how you actually perform. Yeah, we're our own worst critics. We really are. Sometimes you just need a clinically detached third party to tell you you're not as bad as you think. Look at your work, look at the other work that other people have done, and know that your work is in a class of your own. Sometimes you just need to hear that from a different person. And when it finally dawns on you, it's like a shot of adrenaline. It's such a revelatory experience. I think I've had that maybe one time in my life. And that's kind of what prompted the switch from, masonry and any sort of blue-collar work. I think that's the correct term for it. Into where I am now. Where I'm kind of floundering around, but I'm getting by. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances potency. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. I hope we see Garrus sometime later. I forget if that's an NPC you bump into in the base game. Now, what's left over? See a bunch of these corpses here with items on them? Yeah. That there's a undulating tree spirit buried here. But so, being validated by an experienced third party is impactful. I'd be inclined to agree with you. Once I jump down here, I am going to have to focus for a hot minute. The undulating tree spirit's not a hard fight, but it does... Oh god. It does require some manner of restraint. You have to be focused. And it's a big boss in a really small space. Not good. Very not good. What was that? I really do apologize for all this focus I'm having to exude right now. Okay. Beautiful. And our reward is a golden seed. Not very worth it. Just the seed by itself. It is a nice reward, but it's bad. Let me scroll up for missed messages. Where did I see it? I have little chocolate bubbles. They have coffee beans inside. Delicious. Wonder if they contain caffeine. They do. Contain 2 forms of it. Not sure if you're supposed to eat the coffee beans or not. You'd have to know by the individual manufacturer. Sometimes they cook the coffee beans, sometimes they don't. But you're getting coffee in the form of the actual caffeine. You're also getting the more benign form in the form of the theobromine from the chocolate. That's pretty similar to caffeine. I just missed it. It's a German product, so you have to use Google Translate to see the ingredients. I've seen that, where it's like, I've watched these YouTube videos where, you know, the challenge is like, eat these Japanese things. And the Japanese, like, culture food is what's used more than anything else, so that's the only reason I'm saying it. And I see these content creators just use their phones and like scan the object in question and translate it that way. Where it's like it's probably not an accurate translation, but it is a translation. Yes, this lovely little slovenly pit has been devoid of anything worthwhile. You only ate 2 because it's already 10 p.m. and you like to sleep tonight? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably for the best. You don't want that caffeine keeping you up. Unless you're like me, and you have to, if you want caffeine to sleep with, all I have to do is drink 2 cups of coffee and it'll put me right there. I'm not wired the same way like most other humans are. It's quite the weird conversation. Haven't eaten anything sweet in 3 weeks. Intending to go on a diet, or is that just an observation you're making? The real prize is back here. The Prince of Death's pustule raises vitality and drains death. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh raises vitality and drains death. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. Had diarrhea, couldn't eat anything sweet? Yeah, probably for the best, if that's the case. Physical state was kind of bad, or has been bad in quite some time. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwin. That is the first time we're seeing this name, by the way. As first dead of the... No, I take that back. It's actually the second time we're seeing that name. As first dead of the demigods, it's said he's buried deep under the capital, at the Erd Tree's roots. We want to remember this. There will be some sorceries and some incantations we get later that inflict deathblight, and they inflict them on ourselves as well. And having that little pustule around will be very useful. Was on holiday at an aqua park, got a terrible cold near the end, sorry to hear that, and had to go home a day earlier. That really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. Hopefully you got to enjoy your holiday at least. It's not a good note to end it on. So, while that conversation is carrying on, you see this bloodstain? Normally these bloodstains only exist for player deaths, right? So, like, oh, well, do we have any online functionality? No. This one's special. Let's touch it. Don't we recognize him? That's Sorcerer Roger from earlier that we bumped into an episode or 2 ago. Apparently this is his bloodstain. You can view it as many times as you want, by the way. That pose should give you a clue as to how he died. So if you're infected and you get killed by Deathblight in Elden Ring, that is the animation they give you. Is this. Where there's an actual root protruding from the ground to kill you. And Deathblight in Elden Ring Reforged is very insidious. Player's bloodstain looks a little bit different, doesn't it? Let's see, for comparisons, let me try to get a picture of this for ER. No, they look pretty identical. Let me try to get a picture so I can actually, get you guys to see it. It's gonna be this one. Open link and new page. So if we post this here... Enjoyed like half of it, was fun, but sometimes your mood was bad. Personal issues that really impact it. Sorry to hear that. Here we go. Right here. The company you work at, or will work at, has a psychologist. Timing was perfect. She also went on a holiday. right after you finished yours. Ah, so you might be able to get in some therapy time for her. And it is a psychologist, so it would be therapy. If you had said psychiatrist, it would have been medicine. You'll have to get a psychiatrist if you need that sort of thing, but good to know. Um, yeah, so the bloodstain in the picture and this one are more or less the same. The only thing I can think of that might be different is looking at the picture. Some parts of it appear more faded out, but it's kind of hard to tell if it's the lighting or if it's anything else. So I actually think these bloodstains are almost perfectly identical. Really hard to tell. Hope you've been to a psychologist. You've never been to one. First meeting is generally it's a check-in. So they're gonna ask you a bunch of questions. They're gonna make you fill out a bunch of paperwork. I don't know if that is the case in Romania, but I've I've actually attended a first-time meeting for one of my family members who's seen a therapist, and they pretty much give you a bunch of paperwork, ask you to fill it out with all your medical information and stuff on it. And some of the paperwork is also of a more personal nature, so the therapist can kind of like be building a case. I can look at the diagnostic manual to figure out what you may or may not have going on before any major meetings. Don't know if it's the same process in this case. Remains to be seen. Agreed. Agreed. You'll know when you see your therapist, but that's pretty much standard practice in like all therapy, all psychology firms, all of the buildings in the U.S. that house therapists pretty much have that same practice. The paperwork might change depending on insurance and stuff, but it's the same kind of routine. You have a first meeting, but yeah, you'll know once you get there, and that'll be a fun and air quotes process. The therapy probably won't really be any fun, but that's not what the therapy's about. Um, my sibling routinely comes home from therapy and cries about it. At least from what they've shared with me, the experience. Because sometimes you have shock therapy, where you're exposed to the very thing that inflicts trauma upon you, and that's used in order to try to desensitize yourself to some stuff. I hate how small this window is. Okay, let's scroll this down. Physical well-being being bad prevents me from being mentally bad. For some reason, mental trauma vanishes when you're affected by something else. Well, that's because your nerves are, or I should say, your nervous system is sending out neurotransmitters that cause your brain to be focused on something else. It's why people who generally like engage in self-harm forget that they have other issues for a while, or people who drink forget that they have mental issues because they're either causing their brain to emit neurochemicals that block or sort of prevent the uptake of those hormones, or in the case of like drinking like also occupies some of the same neuroreceptors, or it can, and so how do I word this? I'm not a psych major, so forgive me if I'm butchering this, but basically because certain neuroreceptors are being blocked, it causes a sort of cascade effect to happen, and that can kind of take over, can overwhelm you. Some people actually drinking a lot. People are using or other methods of coping their principle. It just for you, without getting more specific, um, that's generally how it pans out. I think I'm kind of weird in this regard. I'm not a neurotypical person. I'm a neurodivergent person. So a lot of the things that people normally do to try to, like, forget things for a while don't work on me. Um, they work on me in a different way. Caffeine puts me to sleep. Too much caffeine, night night land. I'll see you in 8 hours or whenever I wake up. Um, Alcohol, more than a couple thimblefuls, I'm out like a light. Like if you're alcohol's more like a soporific for me. It helps me sleep. And that's not typically what alcohol does to people. Usually it makes them giggly, less inhibited, or something else. Just something else in general. And I don't like to be asleep. I don't like coping with my issues by going to sleep. Plus, it kind of defeats the purpose of those substances in the first place. So I just, other than like the single cup of coffee before stream starts, I don't drink coffee. And I don't drink alcohol either. I might drink it on a whim, but that's about it. The last time I had alcohol, it was my mother's birthday, and I had wine that night. And I sipped on it very slowly. It wasn't, I think I went through, in like a 3-hour sitting, it took me that long to go through the standard serving size for a glass of wine, which I think is like 8 to 10 ounces. Forgive me, it's been a while. I'll have to revisit the drug training the school gives me. I'm fairly sure it's between 8 to 10 ounces. Similar to beer. What are we looking for? We've actually already looped back around and made our way back to the Rampart Tower, so we want to go back to the left side chamber. And we're almost done with the castle, so what do we have left? What we have left is this statue. We have to break that open. We have to wrap around and go around the final section of battlements, and then we have to take a left, and we're right at Godrick. Knowing ounces to liters would be useful. Let's see. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that for you, so that we can be talking on the same wavelength. So, for reference, 8 ounces, 1 liter is 35 ounces. Yes, that is more or less correct. 8 US fluid ounces translates to about 0.24 liters, rounding up to the nearest hundredth. Yeah, 220 milliliters is about correct. And 10 ounces would be about 3.3 liters. So not that much. Which is... How do you guys measure... I'm going all over the place today. You guys are totally measuring your serving sizes by milliliters, correct? Or do you have your own units for things like a bottle of wine or something like that? I know the rest of the world uses milliliters for this, but sometimes countries have their own methods of measuring. Sometimes you'll hear the word stone thrown around when you're maybe up in Ireland or England. We use liters, but for alcohol or recommended servings, think it's liters? Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. So, I guess if we're wanting to be kind of rough about it, 8 ounces, 8 liquid US ounces. So that's like, I wish I had a cup on me so I could show it. I know there are like 8 ounce bottles that you can use. Fun fact, you've adapted to be able to use the inferior measurement systems. I can convert into your head kilograms to pounds and meters to feet. Yeah, I more or less can do the same thing. With kilograms and pounds, I can more or less do it at the snap of a finger. Meters to feet, it's more like I have an approximation of what those two are, but it's definitely not exact. The stuff I work with tends to not even involve those 4 forms of measurement. At most, I'm working with kilograms of stuff. And most of the science labs on campus hardly ever let you work with a kilo of anything. Most of the time, it's grams of something. For obvious reasons, and I can't even believe I messed that up. What a whiff. Awesome whiff. I love that. Good to know. Dragonfire does not work well on slopes. What's up here? I've totally forgotten. Oh, and why am I even going up here? We have to kill the Omen Killer first. I used to be able to convert things to Apothecary. That helps. It doesn't. Spoiler. Apothecary is the system used by pharmacies. You'll sometimes hear the word a dram of something. That's the most common one I can think of. And you don't hear drams. The last time I think I heard dram in like a non-pharmaceutical context was in like a movie somewhere. And even then, it was one of those really old medieval fantasy films. And not much more than that. You learn that after watching a ton of fitness content videos, I find keep using pounds at times. Also, a year ago, you really got involved into parkour and talking about distances a lot. So started converting feet to and meters, like, interchangeably. So you probably have a really good gauge on, like, distances then. Like, your depth perception is probably... Well, just because you can... I want to be careful. Just because you can convert some things doesn't mean you have great depth perception. But, generally, if you get into parkour, you start being able to get a real good sense of what distances are. Like, when I was a student in shop, I got really good at being able to know what 3 feet looked like without measuring it, and what, say, maybe 30 feet looked like without measuring it. I couldn't do that now. I could tell you whether something's about 1 gram, but I could no longer tell you that with distances. You work with weights a lot more when you're a biologist or chemist. You tasted the wine you made with your grandpa? Tastes good? Was worth the work you did? That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I've tasted some homemade alcohol before, and you can really tell when a person knows what they're doing versus when they're just kind of going along by feel. Making your own alcohol is a process. If you're just going by feel, that's not going to get you very far. Conversion doesn't generally mean more depth accuracy, but seeing what X distance looks like lets you approximate stuff faster, more accurately. Exactly. The human brain is quite the amazing spatial computer when it is practiced. Oh Lord. Please don't let this be the end. Oh, these enemies are very annoying. The dogs are the worst. Thank you for your help. Really appreciate that. Good Lord. Oh, and I thought he went invisible for a moment there. I should know better, of course. I also have to be careful because we haven't cleared that courtyard. When talking to parkour athletes, they generally don't use feet. They generally use stories as distance measurements even. Wow, interesting, I suppose. It seems, well, I suppose at that point you mostly use anecdotal, measurements for things, because you're talking about, like, spatial recognition, right? You're not talking about accurate distances. Really? I hate when this happens. I still need to submit a clip to Curtifer to have that reviewed. Stories for gaps and heights, for long distances or very short distances. Ah, so it's specific things. Good to know. So some people might be asking, you know, there's regular Elden Ring out there. Why are you playing that? Because this kind of seems the same right now. And the thing is that Elden Ring has a lot of people playing it right now. And it's been out long enough that it's generally... It's oversaturated. If you want to play Elden Ring, you kind of need to do something within that space. You can't just say, oh, I'm playing the game for the first time. That only gets you so far. And it gets stale. Plus, there are a lot of, let's call it questionable design decisions. And interesting cut corners for the purposes of Elden Ring. Which sort of lead me to say, well, I think a modded experience might be better, as I can both show off my knowledge of Elden Ring and map it to the knowledge I have of Elden Ring Reforged. That is the mod we're playing. Speaking of information, if you ever want to know anything more about Elden Ring Reforged, you could type in !ERR. There should be a timer that shows off the commands, but if you type in !ERR, no quotes, it'll take you to the mod page, and there should be quite a number of resources. There's like a changelog, there's a Discord, I think one or two other things. Every file comes with a paste bin, so you can always look at the current patch. Incidentally, there's a website that is relatively new that kind of houses the complete changelog. I'll type in the command here so everyone can see it. It's ERRW. And I need to, no, that's the date for the website. It's made using Google Sites, which I'm not that familiar with. But essentially, it's the changelog if it were more well organized, not just a Google document. So I'm really happy that the changelog is now on a website where you can break it up by individual pieces you're actually interested in. It'll tell you everything you want to know, like what kinds of stat changes there are, you know, the fortune system we're working with. It's good stuff. And I'm glad Curtifer was able to get that up and running. Because before, it was kind of, you never know. You never really knew. Good lord. You never knew when the changelog would get updated. And considering that Elden Ring Reforged is a mostly solo project, I can't say I blame them. I don't know who they are yet. I can't say I blame Curtifer. It's hard when you're trying to do most of this by yourself and keep all the documentation up to date. So I'm glad that there's a website for that now. Hopefully that's made the process easier for Curtifer more than anything. And I keep gabbing about all these interesting features, but ultimately one of the reasons I'm streaming Elden Ring Reforged is this.
You were a fine warrior.
And it's not this.
Choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you?
I'll finish that statement in a second.
Godrick's lot. I am Nepheli Lu, tarnished and warrior like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godrick's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godrick, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord. Apologies,
Okay. So, it can be hard for, like, if you're talking about bug fixes and stuff on the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, it can be hard to describe the exact bug. A clip or recording is much better for this sort of thing. So, I'm hoping that by streaming Elden Ring Reforged and not just simply recording it for my own merit, those who are here and watch it will be able to confirm the bugs with us as we approach them. Like, for example, if you deflect a melee attack, there's like a second of delay before you can damage the enemy. I know this because I've been on camera, and I've deflected an attack, and I've attempted to use Catch Flame almost immediately afterwards. And you can't even damage it for 1 or 2 seconds. It's weird. And I know that's not intended behavior. That's a sign of either a specific piece of code working in a specific way, or it is unintended behavior based on the implementation of deflect or how the enemies are knocked back after deflect. So, well, I know that ultimately, without submitting the clips, it's kind of meaningless to say that this benefits Elden Ring Reforged as a whole, but I'm hoping that my clips that I do submit will be useful. Have you heard of epistemology? Heard of it. I'm not at that point where I'm determining, subspecialties yet. Let me get a word on that. The theory of knowledge, especially... Oh, it's not even related. Okay. Theory of knowledge, especially in regards to its method, validity, and scope. Epistemology is the investigation of what distinguishes justified belief from opinion. Good to know. So I suppose the answer to your question is, no, I have not. But that little precursory definition should help anyone who was confused about the word. Why ask? Although, while I'm thinking on it, I have an uncle who was a part of a, not a MRSA, it's like a honors program or something like that. And they've talked about, he says it's like Sigma 6, but I know it's something else. Or, oh, I need poison first. Okay, that'll lower his resistance. There we go. That was the opening we were looking for. Oh, and again. Yeah, their heads are really weak, by the way. If you're ever wondering about what to do with a giant, just start pulling out, or a troll. They're not giants, they're trolls. Just pull out a bow and start aiming for their heads. And that'll stagger them right quick. And that fog gate lets us know that we're approaching the boss. Not good. Ask because you're curious. Learning epistemology can help a lot when you discuss beliefs or anything advanced. I would be inclined to agree. I've learned epistemology techniques to be able to have actually productive conversations when discussing stuff like religion. Yeah, that probably would be useful, wouldn't it? I'd probably engage in the techniques without knowing what it's related to, more than anything. I try to actually think these things through before I talk about them. Hard to do when you're on camera, but it does require that you sort of spend your time thinking about it and be willing to examine your own thinking on things, like engaging in metacognition. That's the word I'm looking for. When you think about the way you're thinking about things, and whether or not it's based in any theory, or if it's just like, oh, I really think this thing. I really believe in it, and I'm not sure why. I just know that I do. That's probably a sign of you should go look into it and not just continue to think to yourself about these things. Whether it's religion, politics, philosophy, any really deep subject for which there's a lot out there and a lot more that is willing to mislead and confuse. You kind of have to stay on your toes in this world. There are a lot of people, both in positions of power and just, standing beside us, that would take advantage of our own personal beliefs. Interrogating your own beliefs is a great way to try to figure out what you know. It is likely to be true. True is it you were justified to believe that. You've been justified to believe that. Exactly. And introspection is good. But you actually have to be critical to yourself. You can't just sugarcoat it. You have to be serious about the questions you're asking. One of the other things that I try to keep a resource on with Elden Ring Reforged is the boss spreadsheet. Elden Ring Reforged changed a lot of resistances. It changed a lot of elemental defenses on bosses. Bosses are generally less resistant to holy now. So a resource I have in my OBS doc is the Reforged boss spreadsheet, which I'm going to type here to demonstrate that I have a link for it. ERRB, exclamation mark ERRB, no quotes, gets you the link. And for Godrick, let's take a look at him. Because Godrick could be misleading when we go to fight him. It's harder to be critical the more you discuss stuff which you have strong beliefs in. As a result, I have very, very few strong beliefs. I'm open to change in terms of any belief, given someone trying to argue that something else is better. Open-minded. That's good. I'm relatively open-minded, but there are some things I'm sort of... Maybe... I'm not so much a hardliner, it's just I'm more of a traditionalist in those senses. Plus, I came from religious or spiritual circumstances that really sort of forged who I am today. I used to be a nihilist before. Before I worked on my senior project, which had to do with Christian religion. I was a completely different person. And once I started seriously attending various churches, I attended quite a few: Presbyterian, Methodist, Baptist, Catholic. I've been to quite a few. And I observed their practices and how pious or non-pious a lot of people were. I really took a serious look at all that. And that's when I think somewhere along that journey in my high school project, I realized that being a nihilist didn't really benefit anyone. 1, 2, it didn't benefit myself. And 3, more than anything, world's negative enough without saying it lacks meaning. Being open-minded can be very hard. Looking at things as objective as you can. It's always harder than just not questioning stuff. Exactly. Being open-minded is taxing. It's difficult. And no human can do it all the time either. But you have to try. Let me try to find Godrick here. Godrick the Grafted. Okay. So, Godrick the Grafted has a type, God. Makes sense given the lore. 25 defense, 105 poise, oddly specific. He is 15% weak to slash. We're not going to really be using weapons. He is 5% weak to magic, 10% weak to lightning, and is neutral to holy. So just no fire spells. And didn't hear what's your experience with religious stuff in the past. I don't know if I really had a current religious experience. The last time I really sat down and examined that was right around 24. And that's when I added a philosophical druidry to the mix. Most of the stuff that happened in terms of my religious or spiritual existence happened when I was 18. Where I had a senior project that was all about that stuff. A special project mandated by the school and the county, where it was worth 25% of your literature grade. And so you had to take it seriously. You had to shadow people for a while. And I chose mine on various patterns and behaviors in various sects of the Christian church. And I was a nihilist before, so you can imagine how that got off to a lovely start. Just in the process of listening to the words spoken, making note of what people did or didn't do during like sermons and activities and stuff, and making note of how the individual pastors or priests might have taught or delivered their sermons. It's a very different experience. It was a humanities project, more or less, and in that process, I switched from being a nihilist or having just a total. I know nihilism is a philosophical thing, not a religious thing, but I was sort of an atheist on top of that before the project. It's just not something I publicly admit to a whole bunch. And somewhere along the way of completing that project, I switched from being an atheist to being a Christian. That's about as much as there is to talk about in the past. The only thing I've done since then in that regard is adapt my philosophies, and engage in a lot of inter-platform fights. I often argue with my fellow Christians on various topics, especially in the US, where you either have people who are acting in bad faith. You have people who either act in bad faith or people who just don't read. You'd be surprised at the amount of stuff the Bible talks about that no one really pays attention to. People often refer to, like, the gospel or the book talking about Job and not really taking it seriously. Or you get people who get caught up in statements like blood is thicker than water. People don't often realize that there's a verse in the Bible that comes from, and that statement says the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Not blood is thicker than water. So people curtail these sorts of things in order to, either adapt it to their own belief system, or it's just one of those they're kind of born into exercising. Either the complete lack of not bothering to do their research, or they just don't question it. One of those two things. I think we talked about that earlier. Where it's like it's far easier not to question things that are in front of you than it is to actively think about it. And sometimes that requires reading a really thick book. Let me see. Somewhere. I'll find it and show it off later, but I have a Bible of my own that I read through every so often. I don't read through it every day, but I do try to keep myself schooled on some of the more basic things people like to debate, like what the seventh day actually was or wasn't, or A really common one that's been going on is Sodom and Gomorrah. What were they burned for? And that has a lot to do with the big push against LGBT folks. People generally don't bother to read the book in finer detail, and I'm not going to really discuss the particular story that they're using to quote this, because it gets graphic, and there are some serious trigger warnings with that story. But needless to say, people often skip over the finer part that makes this a crime against nature versus a crime against humanity argument. My goal when discussing religious stuff is trying to see if there's a perspective I've never seen before. Also, the goal is trying to get rid of bad arguments in general. By that I mean arguing which argument I think is flawed in some way, and see where we get to. Yeah, like arguments based on actual scripture and how that sort of meshes in with the way the world carries itself, or what kinds of adaptations has the religion have had to adopt in order to get around it. Obviously, we can have discussions on Leviticus or Deuteronomy all day, and people are like, well, Leviticus talks about abortion. It talks about, owning slaves, and those are obviously bad things, especially when the Bible earlier says, oh, well, all men are supposed to be equal in the eyes of God, blah, blah. There's a lot of finer reading that people need to do to understand why Leviticus says these things, or why Deuteronomy says these things, and understanding that that is not... Leviticus and Deuteronomy are what I call the human section of the Bible. They're laws written by humans at the time that the books were written. They were meant to make sense of the world that they were in. That doesn't make it right, but people have to at least understand that there is contextual history with those two books. It's not just, oh, well, they were all written by a bunch of self-centered... They were all collected by a bunch of self-centered men with no bother at all for history. So far, I didn't really argue Bible-specific stuff. You mostly discussed fundamentals of religion. Yeah, you're being really general about it, and that's fine. Whether or not it's reasonable to believe that God exists. Right. And you discussed about free will a lot. Oh boy. You have so many people arguing about... Well, I don't know. That argument's really kind of caved in compared to all the arguments about Sodom and Gomorrah. That's like the most prevalent thing people talk about today, and because it has a lot to do with LGBT rights and stuff. But I do occasionally hear the conversation about free will. That was the sort of thing that, if 2020 and 2019 hadn't happened, you'd probably hear a lot more about. But because 2019 and 2020 did happen, that's not where people's minds are at. It's all about who has rights and who doesn't currently, and it's a silly question to even be thinking about, in my opinion. So while we're here, at the secluded cell, if you're talking to Nepheli Loux, who was back out that way, you get her summon sign once you make your way up to the boss, Godrick. And we're going to be... You kind of need to summon her to continue the quest line. So I recommend doing this at least on one of your first playthroughs. She's good. She'll take aggro for you. She will keep Godrick on you, or on her instead of you. And she also comes with her own flasks, so she's very handy. Godrick is a two-phase fight. First phase, he's going to be kind of all over the place. He's just going to be swinging his arms all willy-nilly. He's got an axe in one of them, so bear in mind that he has some sincerely good reach. He can make localized earthquakes, so don't be too close to him when he starts to do that. He will also, if you're too far away, he will actually whip up the winds themselves and launch them at you. So just kind of bear in mind that Godrick is someone to be taken seriously. Phase 2, kind of a repeat of the first, but now you throw fire in the mix. And he changes up which arms he has access to. That's really about it. It'll be easier when I show it off. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I read every statement before I go into the boss gate, because once I do, I don't talk during those, not normally. Not that educated about LGBT stuff, related stuff, unfortunately. Otherwise, you would have shared your view on the subject. It's actually probably a really, really smart thing to have said just now. I generally only talk about things I'm informed about as a result of the fact I really dislike when people are confident and make big claims while possessing insufficient information. That's really smart. And that goes back to the topic of epistemology, doesn't it? Where it's sifting belief from fact, and I suppose an arm of that is making sure you understand where your own knowledge is. Or is it? Where what you have and what you don't have. And if you're not well read, maybe you don't say as much. Or only comment if asked. That kind of thing. Yeah, that's really smart. I like that you said those things. I wish more people would do that. And I probably should exercise that myself. More often. Let's see. I haven't even taken a break yet. Understanding how you or someone reached X conclusion? Exactly. And again, some arm of that definitely has to be making sure you understand how you reached your own conclusions. But that's probably it's a parallel topic, but probably not the same topic, huh? If you're interested, I recommend looking up street epistemology. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Where is my private documents? I keep a Discord for all this. Or if I make notes on something, I have it logged so I don't forget it. That's gonna... I guess I could just put this in the general tab. Street epistemology. Okay. I've written that down. You also have a Discord for reminders and notes? Smart. I think I've probably been doing that for a little over 2 to 3 years now, and it's very useful. I try not to store personal information on that, though. I try to write that down by hand, or transfer it to some other document. Been doing it for like 3 years, it comes in handy. It really comes in handy. Alright. Well, with that, I didn't finish going over statuses, but more or less, we're pretty much going to do our usual routine. We're going to whip up the poison, and then proceed to make him mad. And with that, I will see you guys on the other side of this fog gate.
Mighty dragon, thou'rt a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well... lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee, kneel! I am the lord of all that is golden.
We'll see about that, Godrick. He clearly doesn't need a helping hand. No, he doesn't. Brutal.
Truest of dragons. Lend me thy strength.
And we're gonna run away immediately. And Godrick is the first fight in which you get a great rune and a remembrance. Let's go over it, shall we? Great runes you've received by defeating shard bearers have lost their beneficial power. Makes sense. However, their power can be restored at divine towers throughout the lands between. See the description of each great rune to discover which divine tower you should visit. It doesn't let you go into detail about the remembrances, though. So, Remembrance of Godrick the Grafted, hewn into the Erd Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader, a person we'll meet later. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. A Feeble Man. There's always a little bit about the Remembrance itself. This carried over from Sekiro, from those who noticed. Sekiro had these remembrances or memory, items as well. And you can generally either gain resources or you can use them to unlock something else. Most of the time we're going to use it to unlock something else. Feeble Man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold. And I'll probably resurrect him to show it off, but there's a bit of dialogue that you get when you strike the dragon in phase 1. He says something very specific. I can't remember what it was, but we do want to explore other stuff first. Yeah, Godrick the Grafted is the earliest example of what awaits you at the end of the Legacy dungeons. There are at least 4, if not 5 or even 6, where the Legacy dungeon has like a shard bearer at the end. The rest of this is spoilers, but Stormveil Castle is a Legacy dungeon and has Godrick at the end. Now, what are you doing here?
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godrick, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Tell him how you really feel, Gostock.
Oh. Hello there. This weasel was... Godrick was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Oh, we can still purchase from you. Cool.
Now, I suppose I'm free. I can do whatever takes my fancy. Can I, mate?
I suppose you can. Ah, stomping on a monarch. How fitting. Well, as nice as that is, there are a couple things we need to kind of take care of first. First, what we're going to do is go over to the table of Lost Grace and deal with, there are 2 or 3 individuals that show up now. Let's go up here first. Yeah, if you remember that bloodstain that showed Sorcerer Roger, he'll move here once you kill Godrick. And I pressed A instead of Y.
We meet
Classic.
again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
I've defeated Godrick.
Ah, you defeated Godrick and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
So this is probably one of the best quest rewards. There are a couple of other +8 weapons you get in the game, but Roger's Rapier, if you cast sorceries or have int builds of any kind, this is a godsend. And at the time, I didn't know that weapons upgraded to +20, so I thought he basically gave you an endgame weapon at first, but he doesn't.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move.
I'll read
My
those
fighting
statements
days are
in
behind
just a second.
No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Okay. Fun fact, been doing writing recently. I write stories about negative stuff. Never published anything, but share them to friends. These stories are the result of my continuously bad mental state over the course of the months. Well, I mean, you gotta do something to let it out, and if writing is what that takes, so be it. Plus, that'll be great. If you should probably take those writings to your psychologist once you have your first official meeting, and maybe they can help you make sense of them. Not that you don't make sense of them already, but you know what I mean. Any material you can give your therapist is going to be intensely useful. You played Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time a couple of days ago, and you completed it 100%. Played it because of nostalgia. It was the first game I ever completed. Now I'm playing the first just because, whoa, hang on. playing the first Just Cause game in the series, okay, that took me a second to read. It was my childhood game. Nice. For me, that childhood game was definitely like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, or later on it became like Metroid Prime. Those were childhood games that I played a lot. I beat those games 100%. Got all the logbook entries. Think you might have missed a message sent during the boss fight. Oh no. Oh yeah, I did miss one. Thanks. Apart from Discord, I recommend Obsidian. It's a note-taking app with markdown support. Ah, okay. I use it for everything from journal stuff, work, to-do lists. Only thing I don't use it for is story writing, because Google Docs is... Oh, I just scrolled way up. Is more fitting for that? Yeah. I use Google Docs for my tabletop campaigns. Whenever I'm DMing, I have a ton of technical documents I look at. Google Documents is perfect for that. I put headings on things. I have them sorted by whose sheets are what. Pretty much every character has a Google document with technical stuff they need to know, because we run a lot of homebrew or custom content. And so having those Google Sheets assembled is pretty important. But I probably wouldn't use that for just, everything. Some things are better on a word processor, but I'll have to check out Obsidian. I think I might have heard it one other time, but maybe not in this context. Oh, and I need to differentiate that so we're not talking about, the game company Obsidian. I better make that more specific. Okay, wrote it down. Use Google Docs because of the autocorrect and grammar. Yeah, Google Docs is fine for like correcting generic words, but if you've got like a proper noun, or something like that, you don't want Google Docs correcting that. Although you can just, make an exception for it. Shared Obsidian with some internship teammates and they started using it for everything. I will really have to take a look at that. That might help me with cell bio, my cell biology course. I've got a lot of stuff I gotta memorize. I gotta know all the steps for glycolysis and stuff, so I might be able to make good reference documents for myself using those. My overall game plan, we haven't taken an intermission yet. I do need to take one, but my plan is to take it after we've dealt with all the ramifications of defeating Godrick, including the Divine Tower, and then I'll take my 10-minute break from there, just so people kind of know what to expect. What about this
The
corpse?
misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Okay. Regarding the stories, you didn't write that much. I mostly have things you want to write, but you never actually write them down. Some story you really want to write about a world where people run simulations for entertainment? Oh, that would have to be a work of fiction, wouldn't it? Well, stories don't write themselves. but you have a bunch on your table just from the short time we've spent talking about it. Well, as I always tell people, if it's something you really want to do, you'll make time for it. And if not, or if it's just some fleeting interest, then soon it will fade from your world view, from your front view and rear view mirrors as you live your life, and then you'll ask yourself, whatever became of that? And then you'll have your answer. I've said the same thing about a few life paths that I've chosen. I've said the same thing about being a pharmacy technician. I've said the same thing about, well, I haven't exactly said the same thing about doing this for a living. Twitch is what I would call a plan C. If I can't get what I want my life to work in terms of being a STEM major, in terms of biodefense, then this plus something else will be just as good. I can be content with that choice in life, but I'm committed to making Plan A work first.
Ah, so you've met D. D is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. He was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
Okay. I guess there's not much more to say beyond that. And of course he still has his skills available for sale, which we will get in just a short second. I want to make sure I catch up on messages here. The plot is that the main character recently got hired at a company to make stories for entertainment. One day, one of his superiors pulled a prank on him and spawned a character, the main character simulation. A character that he has no permission to have control over. So the main action, or the main plot, is between the simulated self-aware person and the guy tasked to make entertaining simulations. Oh, so there's an internal struggle already. Good, good. I've been thinking about this story for like months and months. Perhaps a year ago I've written an attempt, got feedback on it, and you want to rewrite it? Well, if you're committed to rewriting it, I'll look forward to seeing it at some point. Just make sure that you leave enough time for all the stuff in your life. From what you've said already, you're a very busy person. And the time to do that will be toward the beginning of university, when you've got a whole bunch of course stuff to do. Because once you're on the part of the university, that's not what I want to say. Once you're where I'm at, in terms of like your educational track, it might be very difficult to do anything else. I find it hard to keep my attention between streaming and cell at the same time, so eventually these two are going to compete in some way. I'm not quite there yet, but eventually I'm gonna have to make a choice. So just bear in mind, whatever you do, whatever you decide to do in your free time, make sure you're choosing the things you want for yourself, I guess, is the most important thing I can say. Because otherwise, you're just going to be floundering about in all kinds of different directions and struggling. But I look forward, if you're serious about refining this, and it looks like you are, I look forward to seeing where you take that. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do after finishing high school. Psychology was my lifeboat, kind of. The only thing I was interested in, more or less. I was afraid that after you dropped out, you would have drowned. But looks like you can swim pretty well. That's good. You never know. Like, that's the thing about education, or like paths in education, is you never quite know what the workload until you actually get ready to handle it. You can only prepare yourself for so much, and then when you realize this thing you were actually planning for, you've lost interest in, whether it be psychology, like my own sibling has gone through and sort of lost interest. They're not trying to be a psychologist now. They're trying to own their own business in something they're actually interested in, hopefully this time. So I totally get that. I used to stream as well about 10 months ago, but after a big mental breakdown and a break from everything, you never really came back. That was almost me. That was almost me. I hope I will have spare energy to invest in the story. It's just that there are always things that you want to do. Tell me about it. Isn't that usually how the quote goes? Is too many things to do and never enough time to do it? You gotta pick. You gotta pick and choose. You gotta choose what you want. You only have one life to live, and you can only do so many things within that one lifetime. And without entertaining theories of reincarnation or anything else, every life decision has to count. The road less traveled. The time you never took to do something. That'll always come back to haunt you. That's sort of a human thing.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Well, Roger talked about you. Maybe you can talk about him.
Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them.
I'm really interested in game design. I have like eight long Google Docs of ideas, how to prototype them, and a very high amount of notes on what to avoid. It's a great idea to do. Without specific information, I can't help in that. Oh, that's not a question. That's, notes for yourself. That took me a second. Who's the guy he's talking about in the game? D, the Hunter of the Dead, is talking about Sorcerer Roger over here. Apparently, in lore, Roger and D were traveling together at a point, and they were probably battle buddies. That's probably a way I'd put it. They were fighting things together. And their fights often took them toward talking about those who live in death. Those who live in death are people who are outside of the Golden Order. Golden Order is a organization founded by Radagon, one of the demigods. And the Golden Order pertains to everything in terms of life and how it's lived in the universe of Elden Ring, in the lands between. And people who fall outside of that and who don't obey the natural laws of death in the lands between are referred to as those who live in death. The more powerful ones typically have a substance called death root, or have it nearby, and are outside of the cycle of life and death. For you see, in the lands between, where you have an Erd tree, the way that life and death work is when you live your life and you go to die, you're permitted to return to the Erd tree's roots. In other words, your spirit is set free. But what happens when that process is interrupted? Well, one of those results is those who live in death, those whose spirits never really die. They're not permitted to take the spiritual journey back to the Erd tree, so they become those who live in death. Some people end up being affected by it just randomly, and other people earn their way into being outside the natural cycle of life and death. And really, one can argue that this isn't how life and death are supposed to work normally, but it is a perversion by the Golden Order. There's a huge lore video about it. I only know from what I've like experienced in terms of the game's lore, so I can't 100% talk about it. If you want to learn more, just about, you know, how all the various organizations and lore work, there is a specific site I'm looking for. No, there's a specific YouTuber I'm looking for, and I just forget his name. Yes, Vati Vidya. That's this here. So if you look on YouTube for this username, let me see. I have this muted, so I should just be able to... Yeah, I want this. So if you want to know more about Elden Ring lore, just in general, Vati Vidya is like the first person you should go to, more than anything else. I know the fact that the lore from Souls games can be very confusing. Yeah, they really are. It really is. Because, like, Elden Ring is sort of meant to be in its own universe. So it kind of falls outside of typical Dark Souls jurisdictions. I will get to that message in just a second, Raspy. But generally, all of the other all the other FromSoft titles in the Souls line are meant to be taken together yet separate. There are connections that could be made, but they don't occur in the same areas, or tend not to. 1 and 3, Dark Souls 1 and 3 can be tied closely together, whereas 2, it's a little more complicated. Bloodborne is also a little more of a stretch. And of course, Demon Souls is supposed to tie it all together. Sekiro is its own thing. Elden Ring is supposed to be its own thing, but I've seen some outlandish theories about how it's actually the universe from Bloodborne. And I can't wait for the amount of mental gymnastics on that. That'll be very entertaining. I just realized there's a lot of stuff I've done. Lots of times on fitness, parkour, game design, programming, moderate amount of time writing, discussing stuff, editing funny videos, short amount of time spent drawing, animating, and studying graphics. That's life for you. That's the journey most adults take. I'm 30, and I think I've maybe done the same number of things on that list, but they are very, very different. If you are growing up, or you're trying to find the place where you're supposed to be, whether it's through a job or whatever have you, trying to find your place in society takes time, and you do a lot of things in that short amount of time, a time we call life. You often read in the history books about Leonardo da Vinci, who was an inventor, painter, engineer, a lot of stuff. Or you read about Sir Isaac Newton, who was a mathematician, physician, and scientist, and was also a dean or an instructor at a school. Like, those things sound wonderful compared to... Well, not compared to what you're saying, but they sound the same. Or, like, if you take a look at these men as their lives sort of elapsed, you'll see that they too have done a lot of things. Oh, Dan, you're 30? We haven't talked in like 4 or 5 years, Cab. The last time you and I talked, I was like 25 or 6. I'm 21 and I feel old already feel old. I tell you what, I keep saying 2019 or 2020 really caused a lot of things to start tumbling downhill, and I think that's a common sentiment. Everyone feels old. Everyone feels taxed. I most certainly feel taxed on some days. I don't know, but I know I'm still young and I've got a heck of a life ahead of me. I just have to keep it together long enough to have it. But the paragraph you just stated where you talked about things you've done, Rasby, it's exactly the same. You're you're going through a lot of the activities that these great men that we talk about have also done, and that'll go on to shape your story when you ultimately find wherever it is you're going to work, whether it's at the company that you're going to be interning at, or, you know, after university, you end up working on a lot of theoretical apps that are used in various lateral applications, such as either math research, research into the sciences, whatever have you. That'll all go into your history, and people will be able to look at that. Yeah, it's a common journey. It's a human journey, I guess is what I'm saying. And yours would be the example of not everything you do contributes to what you're doing now. Like, parkour might help shape some of your physical inclinations, but your job definitely has nothing to do with it. You might be able to make apps for that sort of thing, but it just helps shape who you are. The same thing with those men. You'd find lots of things that they've done that didn't really contribute to the final product. It just helped shape them as a person. Assist the company I work at, it's mostly making apps for medical stuff. Exactly. That already proves my point. You're going to be working on apps for various scientific studies, research, and clinical applications. That's already a lot. Although you were already well on your way to doing the things you want to do, even though I'm 30, I'm maybe not even quite at the same point you are yet. I'm still learning all of my skills. Whereas, I'm sure you're learning all your skills. You're going to be going to university after all, so you'll be learning a lot more. But, by the time you're done, you'll be interning and holding all that knowledge. You'll be a lot more accomplished. I'm 30 and hardly have anything to show for it. But you didn't come here for me to compare apples and oranges. But I suppose in saying all that, feel proud of yourself. As you've already said earlier, you're proud of where you are in life, and you should be. Because not only will people look up to what you're doing in your own life and use it as an example, but many people will also just take a look and say, look at how productive this person is being, and look at what I can do. Like, it's just so exemplary. I'll eventually fill those same kinds of shoes for different STEM majors someday, but not the same thing. Medical stuff, like tools for doctors, managing patients, my job is to make other people's lives easier. Precisely. Project I'm about to work on is not medical related. This company is growing kind of fast, and probably branching out in a bunch of different directions, which makes sense. Oh no. Oh right, this door is closed. I was about to talk to Gideon, but you can't do that yet. You gotta talk to a few other people first.
You again. I thought you'd receive a summons to the round table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stormvale. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godrick's grafting grounds. You defeated him. You should have it. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
And we get the Arsenal Charm. The Arsenal Charm is, if Crimson Amber Medallion does a good job of raising your health, and the Erdtree's Favor only does some of that, only raises your health by a smaller amount, but raises 2 other stats, Arsenal Charm raises your maximum equip load by a lot more, but you lose out on the health offered by Erdtree's Favor. An Iron Charm that resembles a massive weaponry, boosts maximum equip load. This talisman was derived from an unusual greatsword once wielded by a hero hungry for vengeance. Yeah, we get the base charm for this quest. You can miss it. Don't forget to talk to Nefeli Lu if you're playing along, and you've defeated Godrick. You can miss this charm. I'm not sure if Kernifer put in any safeties for that charm. I don't think you can get it once you've missed it. So just be careful.
Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while. It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Oh, believe me, it will, Nepheli. We will meet again. I don't think we have a bell bearing. No, we don't have a bell bearing, so this inventory hasn't changed. We'll be able to talk to Gideon in just a moment. The next person we want to talk to is Fia. Fia will probably have a quest ready for us now that Roger is here.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Sure, Mommy Fia. Yes, please give me a hug. I could use it. I will love it if this animation were 200% faster, but could be worse. Oh, Rule 34 was breached the day Elden Ring was released. This is probably the first game in which you can actually hug someone. Do you know... ... What do you have to say to us, Fia?
My dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed. And
do you hug him, Fia?
In which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke.
Well, what about the Black Knife Prince?
In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so.
And for that, we get the knife prick clue.
But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the Round Table hold. Perhaps you could make use of it?
I think we could manage it. Fia. Let's not forget to pop the Baldekin's blessing so we get our health back. And then after that, I guess we have a lot of stuff we've got to do, huh? And at this point, I know what I said about taking an inner... Oh, I can't even believe that's... I hate it when chat does this. Let me make sure I haven't missed something. Regarding job stuff, I've been really lucky to be at a high school where education is barely taken seriously at all, which resulted me in having a ton of free time and using it for self-development and programming. Sorry about the missed messages, guys. And I'm way better off than my friends and classmates who stayed at highly rated schools. Main problem is you don't have a path to go on yet. Kind of feel lost in the maze of life. Ah, okay. It's a common problem people have, and it's mostly down to luck regarding what things are appealing to you. I've been really lucky to like programming because you can work from anywhere in safe environments for a good amount of money. Yeah, job security. Makes sense. That probably might not. Coin, you should go back to English class. That might not be an appeal for Alex. Alex will have to find Alex should know his skill set, but skill sets are changing, developing things. They constantly grow, they shift. I thought I was going to be a stonemason at one point, and then I realized I don't like toting heavy cinder blocks, and I stopped. I realized that breathing in cement mix is not a good thing either, and I changed my mind and went somewhere else. I have faith you'll find what you're looking for, Alex. You just really have to think through it for yourself and be honest when you're asking your own questions. Like, yeah, there's some amount of luck. You can always stumble into something that interests you, but generally it's better if you think about these things rather than wait for reality to slap you in the face, so to speak, and find it. But there are some people who luck out. That is certainly possible. at the start of your programming journey, when I was doing AI and stuff, I actually didn't find barely anything appealing, like web development. I saw it as very pointless. I only started liking these things once you had projects you wanted to make. Yeah, like goals. You need goals for yourself. And once you have goals and you actually accomplish them, you may find that whatever you accomplish will stick with you. Like, once I started actually participating in serious biological experiments and researching more into them, that I realized that I actually like that sort of thing. When I took pharmaceutical chemistry, once I realized I actually rather liked the process of making medicine, that encouraged me to switch from, you know, working inside a hospital for 8 to 10 hours a day, getting yelled at by OSHA, getting yelled at by the JCPOA, getting yelled at by all these organizations, and start focusing on research instead. Like, understanding the theoretical, and understanding, like, what sort of madmen are out there making bioweapons out of viruses and bacteria. That's ultimately where I'm heading with this now. But it definitely took a combination of me seriously pursuing my own education and asking myself the questions at the same time. It's hard to do. But you have to take time for yourself to do these things. Or else you're just going to be waiting for it to happen. And that's fine, but it's always better when you can plan. In my opinion. It's always better when you can plan what you're looking to do. But I suppose then the phrase, the best laid plans go to waste, wouldn't exist either, huh? Life's a very fickle thing.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will.
Where are your eyes?
Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind, to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
So, this is the first time everyone talks about, you know, the two fingers. How long are you going to serve the two fingers? How long are you going to play a pawn in the game of the two fingers? Well, now we know what they are. Two hairy fingers attached to a pseudo palm stuck to the floor. Yeah, there are multiple two fingers in locations. This is about the only one we're going to find intact. Take a good look at it, because this is the only living copy of the two fingers anywhere, and boy is it ugly and hideous. At least that was what ran through my mind when I first saw these things. Ew, gross, hairy fingers. Please, they could have designed this better, but oh well. I guess they were going for a creepy factor on that. The main challenge in life hasn't been anything logically related, but the fact that you never had a girlfriend and you have traumas of some of the friends you lost, emotional stuff. Yeah, that's where a lot of my trauma is. Like, and the way I process it is through logic. I tuck things in the back of my head. I try not to think about it. I put it in compartments and hope that none of the contents leak out. But I think when I started turning 28, that stopped working so well. Because I had too much baggage on me. Humans are like garbage trucks. You know, garbage trucks carry a load, right? Like, whether it be a load of, oh, these are things I have to do, or really what that person was talking about when talking about garbage trucks was that humans carry a lot of emotions with them at all times, and eventually something's going to cause that garbage truck to spill over. And you're going to have to... Someone is going to be the bearer of your load of garbage, whether you like it or not. And people need to be ready for that and understand that is a very human thing to be overwhelmed eventually as you're carrying your emotions. Now, you can dump the loads before it gets to that point, but sometimes there could just be too much at once, and there's nothing you can do. And you just have to try to cope with carrying a load too big for you, and hopefully the person who's ready to receive that load of emotions from you is ready. That's all you can. That's the human struggle. It's not just finding our place in life, but it is also how do we make sense of the place that we're at? How do we make sense of the journey we're making? And the emotions that we experience along the way. The emotions are the other half of it. You can't ignore them. One of the stories you've been writing about, some sort of show where they showcase a world where participants are asked to break doors. Some people have it easier, some have it harder. It's about a guy who does everything right but has been unlucky and couldn't break the last 2 doors despite performing great in other caves where there were doors. Makes sense. So I feel like a lot of these stories, and as I think you've already said, are definitely based on your own journey. Like, these stories have a personal tint to them, which is both good and bad. It can be both good and bad. It's a very deep moment where you sink in with the fact that the thing you need is the thing you can't have, regardless of effort. A hard wall, where people would expect or really desire for the door to open. Yeah? Oh, really? I can't even believe I missed that. If I've missed any follows or alerts, I'm really sorry about that. I was quite sure that I had these set up, but I think Stream Elements and OBS have stopped communicating with each other. Really sorry about that. Thank you guys so much for the follows so far. Really appreciate it. And for the company. Also really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay if you're still here. Yeah, that's the thing about life. You have your own journey to make, and your stories will also be a reflection of that. The stories that you're yeah, I can only write about stuff you relate to. Yeah, that makes sense. So you'll probably be able to write really well on it once you've dissected those and put them in a book or a story-friendly format.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Okay, so ultimately, the finger reader is used for processing remembrances. I'll get to that statement in just a second. And the remembrances were these objects of great power obtained from the defeat of champions and demigods, like the one we just got from Godrick. Enya will process those and turn them into an item. You can also consume them on your own and get runes from it. With each remembrance has a couple of items associated with it. Some will be entirely tailored to melee weapons, some will have a balance, and some will actually be straight up spells. There's a lot that could be tied to remembrance. Some spells you can only get from remembrances. Now the nice thing about I'm sorry, let me think for just a second. I think with with remembrances, you can't get them on boss resurrection. You have to get them you gotta duplicate them through the walking mausoleums. I'm trying to recall exactly how this process works in Elden Ring Reforged, because I definitely know baseline, like vanilla Elden Ring, you only have walking mausoleums, and you need to decide which ones you're cloning on your own. I'll have to check back and see if that process is different, but I think boss resurrections get you another remembrance. I'll look into that and get back to you guys Sunday when the next Elden Ring stream would be, or maybe before then. With the Power of Remembrance menu, you can draw out the Power of Remembrance's namesake. Each remembrance provides one power. Once that power is claimed, the remembrance will be lost. So the remembrance of the Grafted has the axe or the fist weapon. Both of these are good. If we want to use have any hope of using the particular power, we don't want this axe, because we're probably never getting these stats. Maybe the dex, not the strength though. We're gonna want to get the Grafted Dragon and get that fist weapon, so that's what we're gonna do.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
It's really about your own perception. Imagine that for a long time I considered most of my skills to be very underwhelming and not good enough. So you can write about that as, even if in reality, you were actually overperforming. Right, exactly. When tying it back to the story we're talking about, yeah, like and the things you've told me, since you said you felt as though you were undervaluing your skills, and you in fact were, it makes sense that you're able to write about that from a deeply personal point of view. I don't know, and I think if I weren't doing or weren't in tabletops of any kind, I'd probably be in the same position. I could only really narratively write about things that I could relate to. Because I play in tabletops, though, I've gotten a little bit better at using my imagination. And, all of the video game content helps. Playing the Tales games or playing stuff like this gives me lots of creative ideas about that stuff. My players are generally very happy with the custom content I make, because I take the tabletop space and tilt the game design on its head. Where normally in any tabletop role-playing game, TTRPG for short, generally the whole group is focused on, and instead of individuals. So the stories that individual people have to fit in some way to the game, or the actions. The story is told from the perspective of the group, not necessarily from a single player. I kind of operate on inverse logic, where I try to make everyone's individual stories the focus or center of attention. Like, yes, the group is doing something, but that's like the backdrop. Inside that backdrop, each party member has their own struggles, and the things they do actively contribute to both their backstory and their current story moving forward. What am I trying to say? I think if I weren't doing that, even ever played or seen Tabletop Simulator, I suppose that's one way you could get to it. The specific tabletop I'm talking about is Pathfinder First Edition. So, like, it's not just any tabletop. It's a specific setting where it's like high magic fantasy, where I've also kind of added technology in the mix as well. It's not just medieval fantasy. I've put my particular story at the front of the timeline for that setting. Pathfinder First Edition stops at 4747 AR, so that's where I've sort of framed it. And added things like refrigeration or rockets or other things that typically bend how the story is told in the game. As the players are playing the game. And it's a lot more end of the world type stuff. Normally Pathfinder, if you're not playing at a sufficient power level, Pathfinder generally tends to... How do I want to describe this? So if you have like this giant world where several world-ending things are going on at once, the party never touches those things. They're focused on like some sort of hiring job, or if they do get involved with the end of the world, it's typically in a module of some kind. Like, DMs who make custom stuff tend not to touch that. It's very hard to keep things in canon or make things make sense with the material. And I'm kind of the person who has taken on that challenge. And I enjoy it, but it is rough. I spend 4 hours every Sunday working through a ton of wiki articles and any PDFs I happen to have a copy of, and I read the lore. I really sit there and try to understand how the story is told, so that when the players go there ultimately in the chapter of the game that they're going to be doing this, I can make sense of everything. I don't have to ad-lib or say something that's not true. I have the actual wiki articles and PDFs to back me up on this. Custom content in general can be really great. I agree. I'm glad we agree on that. Unfortunately, fantasy really doesn't appeal to you. You usually prefer realism brought to its edge. I can understand that. So like Call of Cthulhu type stuff. You seem to be very dedicated to this tabletop thing. Oh, I think I've been DMing this particular campaign for a little over 3.5 years now. I've been playing tabletops for a long time. I think I started when I was 16 or 15. I've been doing it a long time. But in terms of actually DMing things or like running your own stuff, yeah, about 3 years. With a group of 5 or 6 generally. But the current campaign I'm working on is going to be my magnum opus. Where I'm doing things I haven't done before. Such as players taking involvement in the narrative script of Pathfinder. That's generally not a thing that happens. The DM narrates everything, but I think it would be cool if certain players, or players in general, got a finer touch on these things. It's my magnum opus. I want to bend things where I can. Really push the design space of Pathfinder 1E. Because Pathfinder 2E is a mess. And we've never really moved on from that. Although even if I dislike fantasy, really like rogues and assassins, I think we've talked about that before, and that you've generally have a pattern of saying this. Yeah, I'm glad to see the pattern has held up. Rogues and assassins, those are probably the people that tend to do things for their own reasons. Not really ever Cahold or or manipulated into doing things. Like, you can, but rogues and assassins, to be part of a grander story, have to have their own reasons for it. Moral rogues, you should say. So moral in what sense, if you don't mind my asking? Because that could mean a great many things.
Now, Gauntlet.
Fist weapons were up here. Can't use them yet. Yeah, we don't have the correct dex to use this. I like the deceiving and misleading, but only with combat purposes. Never immoral intentions. Okay, so like fainting in combat, the art of misdirection in a fight. Like rogues that don't do unethical things, even if their toolbox is typically correlated with this. Like someone who's a locksmith, like rogues who are locksmiths. And they generally teach people about the mechanics and safety of their own locks, like how to pick their own lock if necessary. I can agree with that. I can make sense of that. I can't say most of the players I play with think the same thing, but that's the thing about fantasy games like that in general. You're free to like the things you like, and the things you don't like, you're free to not associate with. Like necromancy for me kind of falls in this category. I like it when a necromancer is not just, oh, I'm gonna raise the dead of every single person at a local cemetery. I like it when necromancers use fresh corpses on battlefields, like the very recently deceased, or when necromancy is actually used as a means to save someone, not as a means to destroy someone. I like it when things are turned on their head like that. I really like messing with people's perceptions for comedic purposes. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can respect that. There's a good art in subverting expectation. I'm walking around and really not doing much. I need to change that. Next person we need to talk to is Gideon. I don't know. I didn't know I've been liking rogues for so long. I think you like the philosophy attached to them, not necessarily the methods. It's more about... You seem like the kind of person that really likes to just subvert expectations in general to prove a point, or for comedic purposes, as you've already said.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then, just as promised, I bid you welcome. As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a Tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant. You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated.
So 4 of
Godrick
them.
the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgott, the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
We're gonna get all of them. Absolutely all of them. So Gideon Ofnir. He's a Tarnished that for anyone who's watched the intro cinematic, he is one of the people that you're told about right at the beginning of the game. We're now getting to kind of like talk to him firsthand. And Gideon Ofnir is a jerk. A real jerk. It might not be obvious now, but just wait. Gideon's gonna do or say something, and I'm gonna point it out. And it's going to make sense why I don't like Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing. He is a pompous jerk. Yep, subvert expectations. You really, really like that? I thought I might have hit that on the nose, which is why you really like parkour. The idea of being able to do flips really speaks to me when it comes to subverting expectations and looking epic. Honestly, I don't have many unique things that are characteristic of me. There are two things. Really like rogues, and I typically am oblivious to many, many known things, especially famous people. People mentioning a known event or person or band, and me not knowing who that is very common. Ah, so you're culturally oblivious. Alright, that makes sense. I mean, something has to give way for all of that wonderful headspace you have for programming and working with AI and stuff. It makes sense. It really does. Like, I guess I'm a little more well-rounded than that. Just in terms of, I can kind of go all over the place, but I'm never really an exemplar at anything. Very culturally oblivious. Exactly. It's a very polite way of saying it. I'm sure there are other phrases out there that would work as well. I'm very detached when it comes to tradition. Yeah, I suppose I could say I'm sort of the same. Like, I try to understand where the tradition comes from, but I'll oppose it if I don't think the tradition is particularly morally right. But that opens up a can of worms. But I try not to oppose tradition without a good reason. Some people are really attached to it. We already know about Godrick. We'll talk about him last. First, let me get in on, knowing about your foster daughter, was it?
I understand you've been speaking to Nepheli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put her to work. Do not hesitate to employ her. Should her services benefit you, despite her looks, she is more than capable in the press of battle.
Are you trying to tell me you use your foster daughter, Gideon? Is that what I should know? Because I want to run a sword through your gut, if that is the case. I have a very, very utilitarian view of the world, as in results are what matter, no matter how unappealing something looks is. Or, yeah, no matter how unappealing it is, it's not really relevant. So I very hardly conform to social standards if I disagree with them. As a side effect of this, I don't feel happy or special during Easter or Christmas or your birthday. They all feel the same as a regular day. Yeah, I'm getting there myself. Like, I still take value in my birthday, but only because that's kind of a day where I'm sort of expected to have more control over it. So, like, my family typically likes to take me out on my birthday, so I get to decide where we're going. I get to decide the food I'm eating. I get to decide when we leave. All that other fun stuff. Like, it becomes more about the personal freedom I get to know than anything else. I think it's better if the opposite happens, if you feel excited for such events. The opposite. You mean where nothing happens, or you lack control? I'm sure that'll make sense in a second. Sir Gideon Ofnir is more or less your way of getting to know. Not control-wise? Ah. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Feeling happier-wise? I suppose it is just a normal day. Having more control is nice. It's about having the liberty to choose, and knowing that people are there to sort of make you feel happy for the day. Because I generally try to make other people happy. It's always nice when other people can work toward making me feel happy for the day. It's reciprocal kindness. It's very addictive.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior.
He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore.
What about Rykard? It's one we don't really hear much about.
Greater Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
Another side effect of this is I barely feel anything when someone says thanks to you or when someone is grateful. For me, it's only relevant if I've been through hell to help that person, which is exceptionally rare, probably because you don't put yourself in that situation to begin with without a good reason. I can respect that. It's all about... I have to be careful with this. It's not necessarily... When people refuse to help others, or when people generally don't help others, typically it's because the opportunity... Oh, you help people really often. See, here I am about to make assumptions. Because usually that statement that you made earlier generally lends people toward the opposite conclusion. But I guess appearances are deceiving and statements aren't always the truth. And I should be careful about that. My apologies. But I guess because for you, someone told me you don't mind saying thanks because you feel great satisfaction just to help people. Yeah, well, and with those people, they're in it for themselves too. It's not that they aren't trying to be helpful, but helping people actually releases dopamine in the brain. You actually get some when you actively help people and they're happy about it. It's another one of those reciprocal kindness is addictive things, where like people are getting a chemical rush off of being kind, and people want to do more of that. There's nothing wrong with that, but it should be said that at least some portion of a person helping you is definitely seeking a biochemical rush. It's subconscious. It's not something that person thinks about, but it is happening biologically in the background. I always think about this when I'm helping people. If I help people and I feel good about it, I know some part of that is just simple biological programming. Oh, I must be getting dopamine right about now. That's why it feels good to help people. I don't think much more of it than that, but I feel personally enlightened to know that reasoning, that it's not just, well, you're putting yourself in the right place of mind for helping others. It's you're biologically driven to do this. Combined with the fact that since you look at things based on how impactful they are, I feel rewarded if I actually consider that I helped someone. Being told thanks doesn't come in the equation at all. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Saying thank you is a platitude. Yeah, that can feel nice, but it's more about what you did to help that person in the first place. Yeah, correct. When you help others, you get rewarded loot-wise in the form of lovely neurochemicals, like neurological communicators. You get rewarded with dopamine and endorphins and other feel-good chemicals. It's almost self-serving to help other people. Almost. Again, people don't actively think about that when they're helping someone, but you can definitely tell when a person's aware of the chemical rush they're getting.
Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. but the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being.
Imagine I see someone looking for help. Hello, I'm looking for some more sweet neurochemicals. How can I help? Well, you know, you can totally make a serum of that stuff. You can extract the dopamine from someone, put that into like a biological. They call them serums, but you could also simply call them injections, and give someone dopamine, and they'll feel the effect. It'll be really concentrated, but they'll get it. It would probably make your brain go overboard, so I don't recommend getting injections of neurochemicals. That's why these biological processes exist, so that you can get them naturally without overloading your brain and without leading to horrific side effects, especially if you were to give someone a shot of dopamine, you can actually inject yourself with dopamine. Sure, it would have to be bound to something, but you probably could. Because here's the thing, dopamine is dopamine. It's the same chemical, right? So humans should have similar or exactly the same receptor for it. It's a neurotransmitter. So it should plug up the same holes in your nerves. Now, of course, there's a lot more finer detail, like I was just getting ready to discuss. You know, if you inject someone and you're not careful with making sure that the serum is pure, you can end up with someone's isoenzymes, or enzymes that are unique to that person, which doesn't sound too bad until you realize that your body flags things according to the sort of chemical makeup they have. Your body might be able to tell if that's someone else's dopamine, and if that is the case, or, you know, they might be able to tell that isoenzyme isn't yours. And if that's the case, your body's going to attack itself, trying to get rid of the isoenzyme, because it's not yours. Like, that's the whole, your body is looking for things that belong to you. Biologically, it should be possible. And I know of people who have gotten hormonal treatments like that before. That sounds terrifying. Think about people with autoimmune disorders. AIDS. That's more or less how it works. Well, okay. It's not exactly how it works. The premise is the same, but AIDS actually affects your ability to tell what your own cells are from that of a bacteria or something else. Affects your helper T's. It hijacks the programming with programming that is used to make more HIV. Similar premise, different mechanic. I wonder if you could feel peak possible happiness given the right serum? Probably, but again, I'm not sure that's a great idea, given that you can easily overload your brain with that stuff. Even if you account for uptake mechanisms, like with serotonin, or mainly serotonin would be the one I'm talking about. What happens with you when you overload? Good question. It would probably depend on the neuroreceptor or the neurotransmitter of choice and how much. In medicine, dose makes the cure, it also makes the poison. If you're not careful and you give someone too much dopamine, they might start, I don't know. If someone tends to be real clingy and huggy on dopamine, then that person might hug someone who doesn't want to be hugged, and that could cause a problem. If someone were to sleep when they're given dopamine, you might conk them out for a long time. I mean, that's what a drug can do, precisely. And neurotransmitters are your own biologically self-made drugs. They communicate information, but you can also overload those sites like a real drug. Or you can administer them and uptake them accordingly like a drug. it really comes down to two things. It's which neurotransmitter are we talking about, and how much. Like, a person like me, it might take a long time, because with medicine, typically, medicine is measured by body weight. So the more you weigh, the more you have to give in order to have the same effect. However, the lethal dose doesn't care about the weight, it cares about concentration. Those are two different things. One concentration is tied to your body weight and has a proportional effect based on your body weight, and one of those is just the concentration is at this level. Something bad's going to happen. I'd have to actually pull up specific medical research, but generally speaking, when you're talking about medicine, it's always about drug concentration and the dosing. That's the most important thing. Get that right, and the patient, whatever other problems the patient might experience, won't have to do with the dosing of the medicine. It'll either be the mechanic, how the medicine acts where it's supposed to, or it's a physical problem they have and not related to your medication. I would probably have to spend 8 hours talking on this and pull up a dozen articles for it to make sense. Neurochemistry is a really, really dense topic, and that's not even really what I'm in college for. So it would be kind of hard to talk about it. But I could. Oh, it's very interesting stuff. If someone tried to weaponize your own neuroreceptors, because you can do that. If someone tried to weaponize a neurotransmitter, I would be the kind of person who'd be looking into that. As someone who is focused on biodefense. Biodefense concerns itself with the theoretical research, the what-ifs. At least you got an answer on what happens when you get dopamine. You got a very loose answer on what happens. It really depends on your own neurochemistry. But yeah, dopamine's a feel-good chemical. It shouldn't make you want to, I don't know, shoot someone. That's usually what happens when you get an overload of cortisol or something. So a chemical designed to, like, react during times of stress. That's the stress chemical. If dopamine made someone, I don't know, manically aggressive, that would be a really, really, really interesting case study. It would also probably be a case study conducted at a government medical facility and not just anywhere. That would be very, very scary. And the kind of thing, again, I'd probably get access to with what I want to do in life. Trying to think. There's one other thing I want to do. By an answer, I mean an answer I'm satisfied with, within the limitations of my previous knowledge and time elapsed. And what does serotonin do? At some point you searched about the difference between dopamine and serotonin, but you didn't really get it? Okay, let's take a look at that. We can pull up two tabs, one for dopamine, one for serotonin. Hopefully I'm spelling that right, and it looks like I did not. Good. So as long as we're okay with a table level of discussion and not anything else, I feel good with doing a precursory Google search for you. Dopamine. Let's get the one on serotonin. Dopamine is a neuromodulatory molecule that plays several important roles. It is an organic chemical of catecholamine and phenethylamine. It constitutes about 80% of the catecholamine content in your brain. It's an amine synthesized by removing the carboxyl group. Okay, that's not important. It's what it does. You're wanting functions. Inside the brain, dopamine acts as a neurotransmitter and a neuromodulator. It also plays a role in the service or the operation of your central nervous system, or DNS. And It mainly works for the reward and pleasure systems in your body. That's what dopamine does. Pulls out 2 kilogram heavy book about neurochemicals, Kappa. As for serotonin, we're also wanting the function, or let's see. Serotonin, or 5-hydroxytryptamine, is a monoamine neurotransmitter. Its biological function is complex and multifaceted. It modulates mood, cognition, reward, learning, memory, and numerous physiological processes such as vomiting and vasoconstriction. So in terms of its function, because that's what we care about, already it's way more complicated than dopamine. Dopamine is more or less related to your brain's CNS, not DNS. CNS, central nervous system. That's how it's operated. There's also a it's the autonomic nervous system, or ANS. That's a little bit different. Trying to see if I can condense this for you. I'm having to kind of read this really carefully. So serotonin has been implicated in cognitive psychosis, but strong clarity has not been achieved. The exact same pathways. Let's see, but unlike in worms, right. It's in the digestive tract, and it regulates gastrointestinal function. In mice and humans, alterations in serotonin have been shown to regulate bone mass. Mice that lack brain serotonin have osteopenia, which osteopenia is simply low bone mass or low bone density. In humans, increased blood serotonin levels have been shown to be significantly negative predictor of low bone density, but not the only thing that causes it. It is also responsible as a organ development neurotransmitter, a cardiovascular growth factor. It's part of Merkel cells in your skin, or the somatosensory system, and pulmonary neuroendocrine cells in the lungs, or neuroepithelial bodies in the lungs. So it operates in a lot of places. Dopamine is very specific. Serotonin does a lot. That's unfortunate. I wanted it to have a role in the domain name system, the thing that maps IPs to names. Oh, wouldn't that be just confusing? You know, DNS, what's it mean? I don't know. It's both these acronyms. This acronym means both of these things at once. I think CNS already has that problem, where like CNS is not just central nervous system, it's also some other stuff. I'd have to look at the acronym to know for sure, but I definitely know when I say CNS, people either say, oh, central nervous system, or it's something else. And it's half the time it's something else. I watched a YouTube video about dopamine once and said that dopamine is not a reward, and it's actually something that just appears as part of the anticipation process. The thing before, not after. That could make sense. The science says it occurs as the reward is being given, so it's like rewards happening, the dopamine. It's normally explanations of this are a little oversimplified, unless you're talking to a real neurologist. But dopamine is supposed to be happening as you're getting the reward, because that would make sense, right? Because if you're getting a reward and you're getting dopamine as it's happening, and then suddenly you're no longer getting a reward, you might instead start to replace that with cortisol, the stress hormone, instead. Thanks. I only knew that people called dopamine and serotonin the happy hormones. Dopamine's definitely earned that name. Serotonin, kind of? But serotonin's also used in order to help people go to... No, that's melatonin. I'm thinking of melatonin when I say that. Serotonin is involved in a lot more. It's not just that happy hormone. That's mainly dopamine. Serotonin has a lot of functions. And that was just with a precursory Google search. I encourage you to research that on your own. I literally took a book definition and ran with it. If we're wanting to talk more deep theory, I would suggest looking at maybe WebMD or finding a YouTube video from a known university, something. Something to solidify that more than, oh, streamer told ya, or, you know, this is what everyone says. Confirm it for yourself. I completely lost what I was trying to do. Let me think. I collected the remembrance. I talked to Gideon. I talked to Nepheli. I talked to Roger. I talked to Fia. Oh, the Divine Tower. That's what I was gonna do. But we're already almost half an hour over. We're actually almost an hour over the time, so over the stream time. Well, I could misremember that video, or the video was wrong, but basically said something about it happens in the moment. You feel excited about something about to happen. Yeah, you can get dopamine during anticipation. You were right before. Like, when getting to see if you want a giveaway or checking your notifications, regardless if there was actually a relevant notification there or not. Yeah, I agree with you. But most of what I remember about like dopamine is you're getting it as the reward, not only in anticipation, but once the reward is there, you get a lot more. And then you can continue to get it once the reward is over if it had a big impact on you. Like if the reward makes you feel great for a long time, you're probably still making and cranking out a ton of dopamine. But yeah, it definitely does occur before. It definitely mostly occurs during the reward and just somewhat after. Like, without getting into a whole bunch of neuroscientific theory. It'd be intuitive if it happens in both scenarios. Exactly. It's intuitive for it to happen that way. I wouldn't be surprised if the science, once I actually read it again, said, oh, well, this pathway tends to occur here, and that pathway tends to occur there. And they're kind of exclusive things. I wouldn't be surprised if the science contradicted me somewhere. But at least from the around the table discussion where it's just preliminary research, that makes a lot of sense. Happening all the way throughout the reward process. Whereas serotonin can also come into play, it often does other stuff. Well, as much as I would like to go to the Divine Tower, I'm already over time, so I am going to go ahead and call it for today's stream. Prepare for some corporate shilling, because I got to get the shilling done. If you guys like the content, and you haven't done so already, feel free to give me a follow. Follow for yourself and turn those notifications on. Lets me know that you like the content, and I can continue making this sort of thing. If you'd liked... This was a good showcase of deep discussions that don't always pan toward religion or philosophy. This was a great example today. So if you just like deep discussions in general, you're probably going to enjoy your stay here. Best way to get a hold of me at this point in time is directly through Twitter. I have a link to that in the About Me section. I also am part of a community Discord, so just bear in mind, if you want to talk at me through Discord, you're going to have to agree to some community rules. It's not just me. If you want to talk at just me, Twitter is probably the best place for that. Links to all of that are in the About Me section. Likewise, Rasby, it was fun. Glad we caught up with one another. We probably have more catching up to do, but Good things take time, right? Financial support is never required. People being here, especially like today, was enough. It's always more than enough. But if you guys like the support the content financially for any reason, all financial donations or tips or bits or stuff like that go toward the purchase of things like mixing boards or banners and emotes and stuff. Your purchases will always be useful on this stream. Links to all of those routes of financial support are in the About Me section. I have coffee links, and Twitch and Streamlabs and some other stuff. I'll leave it there. I don't want to shill about donations too much. Finally, on Friday, we will be playing some Blasphemous, an entirely different game compared to this one. The only thing that it probably has in common is a somewhat gritty setting and the game's difficulty. That's really about it. We're gonna go find someone to turn it over to. I had this page open for a while. I'm probably going to turn it over to... Oh, Gino is doing his usual thing today, so we're going to turn it over to him. If you guys like Elden Ring content, Gino Machino is doing some hitless stuff. He's doing a challenge run. I will type that name so everyone can see it. He's a super relaxed streamer. I highly recommend popping in. Even at 660 viewers, he talks to people. He's very good at keeping up conversation. I highly recommend him. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks so much for all the support today, guys. Really appreciate it. And with that, I guess I will see you guys around. I'm CoinStamp180. Otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube. And this has been another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Friday will be Blasphemous, and then we'll return to this on Sunday. That is the plan. And with that, stay safe out there, guys, and I will see you later. Take care, and bye-bye.